Not like that.
Roller coaster, wanna let it stop like that, yeah, and it's not that.
Flexin'. Follow when the kid like it's not like why you keep asking same question.
Grizzly going crazy, nigga.
Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? I remember going to school, never had the latest shoes. You was raised to make it cool, I was raised to make a move. We was playing with different bags, so I kept getting shitted on. It was motivation, telling myself stay patient. Package touchdown, gotta relocate it. If that body got took down, guess it was donated. Plug ain't from round town, but we both native. Yeah, sliding with my body, I got a Joe waiting. Can't let these hoes spend the night, ain't got no home training. Heard your damn mixtape, gave it a low rating. Yeah, streets reply, I look right in a Mercedes. Creep at night, the city lights going brave. She popping it like that is meant for, can be no road and extendo. Bitch, I put me in the friend zone till she see me in the end zone. Horse calling from other zip code, trapping hard, I need a flip on this, the new pack, the last one been gone. Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Stepping out cool, rock and roll my watch and shoes. They scream wave, ain't bring a pool. Mainstream think they scream my moves. Jack hit me up like gotta leave round 2. Know what's going on, man, you need it come through. I'm the neighborhood superintendent. Dogs in the den, got the cushion in the kitchen. Look here, baby, I'm on real time. Needle in the haystack, but still shine. Wave guard, grill gold like a face guard. I did a bid and tell them wait for it. Grill gold like a face guard. I did a bid and tell them wait for it.
Roller coaster motor at the stoplight, catch me at the finish line flexing. Following the kid like a spotlight, why you keep asking same questions? Roller coaster motor at the
She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. You niggas be trolling, licking on my lips, biting down, bitch, I'm rolling. Square ass body walked up like what my hoe went. In the street shit, keep it real without a trophy. Baby, what's the weather like? Wavy, get the better price. Ice on my left and right wrist, burning megabytes. Rolling up megahertz, feeling like gelling hurts. Nigga, what's your nigga, what's your network? Better find some better work. Better find some. Nigga, what's your net worth? Better find some better work. Look me in my eyes. Shout it. Look me in my eyes. Can you see my vision? Can you? Hey, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. Best gas on the north side, tell me what you need. Only sell cat if you selling it for me. Plants ain't ready, I'ma sell them in the spring. 36 bitches, gotta tell them when to leave. Ran up a check, gotta put this in the house. Talking too much, baby, put this in your mouth. Pancakes and eggs, I'm just cooking what I bought. Schedule kinda full, gotta book me when I'm out. Had to tell my dog that his name getting hot. Every kind of tool like a maintenance shop. Put back some bread for the same little spot. 409 miss me so the game still rock. Shit, wait. Wait. For me, she'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. She'll be down with God, but she be down with me. Don't even post it. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. Where you go? Son. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no suitor who keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no suitor who keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Should be bad like in no time. Hit a C like it's go time. My bitches in the game like the old line. Hey, and when I come down, you get no shine. Scissors on the backseat like a little kid. Tub been gone for a little minute. Ain't back and forth, I just post a pic with a bankroll, pounds in the mix. I can't parking like pimp. Hey, serving coffee shop him. Hey, got you walking around still. Hey, all that cash on him. Then put a bag on the cracker, but you put a bag on him. Hey, for black on black violence. Hey, let's go smash on them. I just paid my rent late on the block near Kimbe. Chopper got a little shake, hit the jerk like Ben J. Money calling me today, I'ma pick up every time. Bro just brought a whole bottle, gon' distribute every line. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like a airline. Shawty came with her ass like the city had dying. Wi-Fi around the trap, this shit like an airline. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no suitor who keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my niggas downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron. She got a nigga, but don't even post it. I pull up with the runs and the potion. Niggas no suitor who keep him some motion. Put a play on a play on a play. Put a bay on a bay on a bay. Screaming free out my bodies upstate. Screaming free out my bodies downtown too. I be high as fuck making LeBron moves. Gotta get up and get up and get up and get it. You working that job or you stuck in the trenches. Cash to be made, so who out here tripping? My cellular phone got a damn chip in it. Where you gonna sign for 30 balls? Still in the trap with dirty clothes. You can be deaf and work my phones. You can be dead and work alone. Let me fix some shit. Jeremiah, what's goody? Peace. Hope everybody doing all right. We got the tour nice in the building. You know what I'm saying? Versus the Yachad. We got the tour nights in the building versus the Yachad. So we just waiting on the Yachad, my boy Martin. We already got Jeremiah Wick in the building. Jeremiah, what's good? Are you there? Probably got to unmute your mic. I just can't hear you. You probably got to unmute your mic.
But you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfect now.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I just a little button right here. But yeah, just waiting on Martin. Oh yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just waiting on.
Oh yeah, my boy come to represent for the real tribe, huh?
Yeah. Let's go. Where you at, Martin?
We got tour nights versus the Yachad. We got tour nights versus the Yachad. Hey man, we've been trying to put this one together for a little minute. Martin said he just got out the shower. He putting his clothes on. So Martin is putting on his robe, his Hebrew robe. Martin is putting on his Hebrew robe. We got people speaking Hebrew in the chat. people speaking. Jeremiah, I
What up?
had some Muslims on. I had some Muslims on about a week ago, man. They was trying to grill my best friend Jesse. And how do you feel about the language as far as people calling themselves Hebrews or Israelites? Do they need to learn the language, or can they just learn the English and it be good?
Nah, they need to learn the language. That's part of at least in this circle, it's part of understanding the book a lot better. So it's like reading. Well, I'll say it like this: when you just read English, it takes on a totally different meaning than when you actually go into the language and look at how it was intended when you read the original.
Okay, okay. And in your personal opinion, will anybody in the Bible doing drugs? In your personal opinion?
No, no. If they were, and if it says they were, then that would be during a time of idolatry, which I will bring out very, very soon. But if they were doing what we know today as that, then it would be during a time of idolatry.
It will be the Pharisees.
I mean, you could say that. I don't know what the Pharisees were doing, but if they were like idol worshiping, other gods other than the Most High, and they were doing things they shouldn't have done, then that would be the only time that you could say that they were doing what we call drugs today.
Okay, okay, okay. I know you and Martin got a lot of history. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be one of those. Shout out to Nadaka. Shout out to Mashai. Shout out to my boy Davion. Shout out to Uncle Laurel. Functional Retard Debate League. God damn, they got one of them. Oh yeah, man. Y'all need to send me a link to y'all funniest debate thing. God damn, y'all get down like that. I get to watch some retarded niggas debate. My bad for the language.
Yeah, that was funny.
Funny you won't put proof of burden on Martin. Curious what you think. I can't read Hebrew, so I don't know what those two
He's
things is.
referring to the word he's referring to the word, well, what they call Qanah Basham. He's basically saying what Martin thinks it is versus what I think it is. Now, the difference would be in the historical and archaeological and linguistic context. Now, I won't reveal too much because I'm gonna end up, showing my hand. But yeah, that's what it comes down to. It's what he thinks it is versus what I think it is. I personally don't see how he's going to be able to explain it with how there's a discrepancy in the Semitic phonology of the very word that Masha put there. But we'll see when he gets here.
All right, all right. Um, Jeremiah's told me about you. Come join our league. He told at the Masha. Okay. Masha. Okay. Masha says so. Jeremiah's were they drinking alcohol in the Bible?
Oh yeah, we know that in the ancient world they definitely had strong drink, but there was restrictions on that. The Torah even says not to become a drunkard. Basically, saying like, I don't know what example I could give, but drinking to an excess where you become like what we call like stupid drunk, that's something that they couldn't do. But there should also be there should also be a distinction made, because the alcohol that we have today was not like the type of stuff that they had thousands of years ago. What we have today is more potent. They didn't have something equivalent to what they call it, vodka. They didn't have that. They basically dealt with like wine and stuff like that. And you can get drunk off wine, but basically the point of the Torah, like, it does say that alcohol consumption, like wine consumption, is good, but just don't become a drunkard like that, because when you become drunk you end up doing things that you shouldn't do, get yourself hurt, get in trouble, things like that.
Overstood. Uncle Lorel said, shout out to the Maroons. They kept a foot on the devil's neck. Shout out to the Maroons. Shout out to Naga. Shout out to Tora Knight. Shout out to the Yachad. Man, I think we got Elder Qanah Watt in the building. I think we got Elder Qanah Watt in the building. Oh yeah, man, it's gonna be a good showing tonight. It's definitely gonna be a good showing tonight. Shout out to all the Israelites. Shout out to all the OT only. Shout out to my OT onlys. Shout out to the goddamn Christians. All right. Uncle Lorel says the book, God ain't in no position to tell nigga not to drink. That nigga hella immoral. Jeremiah, you wanna respond to that?
I don't even know how. He has horrible grammar. I can't even. I can't even read that.
Hey, y'all, Jeremiah's one of them uppity niggas, man. You gotta come with it, man. All right, Michelle said, all right, Jeremiah, you can take that one.
What? So alcohol is allowed, but not drugs, because alcohol is worse than cannabis. Like I said, the alcohol that we have today is far different than what they had in the past. It's more potent as it is today with 35% alcohol, 40% alcohol. That's way different than what they had in the past. Right. And when we talk about drugs, you don't want me to start getting into all the other ancient nations, Masha, that took part in ecstatic rituals where they took drugs and got high off of it in their pagan practices. Because if you're going to say that the children of Israel got high off cannabis that you call Qanah Basham, then you're saying that they did the same as the heathen, which would be idolatry, apostate worship, things like that. So don't come at me with some silly question. Just stay in the chat, bro.
All right, Martin said he will be here in 2 minutes. Martin said he will be here in 2 minutes. Hey, Jeremiah, I know I ain't never asked you this before. You believe in you OT only too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't believe in the how angels say you don't believe in the Matthew's Revelation. Bitch,
No, I don't know what. Nah, bro.
shout out my boy. Shout out my boy Angel. My bad. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
No, you good. I don't. Like before in the past, yeah, but I don't follow that now. Although Angel, he will probably try to insinuate that I do, but I don't.
All right. Uncle Lorel says God is a genocidal narcissist.
Yeah, that right there about being yeah, that's a Gnostic ideology. You know, the Nag Hammadi writings, which were largely post first century works. They're not something that was around in the BC era, and the Gnostics themselves were a bunch of retards. So I don't know what he's talking about. You stop bringing that up.
Damn, I just noticed something. This Angel went in the chat and went straight for Angel trying to want smoke in the chat before the debate even started. The goddamn debate ain't even started. Angel already calling out people, man. Come on, Angel.
But look, Angel gets cooked at all the time. He can't even talk without getting some time because he's always at work. So I don't know what he's doing.
All right. I got two questions, and I think Martin should be coming on after these two questions. So Michelle says, so you couldn't get drunk. I don't know if you answered that already, Jeremiah. If you answered it already, just let me know. I'll go to the next.
Well, Proverbs 20 verse 1 states, wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whoever is deceived thereby is not wise. So like I said, there's a difference when you do it in moderation versus becoming stupid drunk. And I'm sure everybody knows what I mean when I say stupid drunk. You act like an idiot. You talk differently. You do things that could get you in trouble or get you hurt. Big difference than what Mashah is trying to, insinuate or ask me some stupid question like that. I don't know what he's talking about.
Uncle Laurel says, I mean, how you God all powerful, but he rested from work?
He doesn't speak the language. He doesn't know what that means. I ain't even gonna entertain him.
Okay. I goddamn, Angel shooting at everybody. Angel got a 360 gun. He says Jeremiah's pedals Isaiah 19. Jeremiah, what are you talking about?
They're talking about the book of Isaiah chapter 19, because we went back and forth, what is it, a few months ago about this, and they were saying that it's applicable today and how the Egyptians will fight against the Egyptians. They apply that to African Americans in America today and say that they are the Egyptians. So the prophecy in there, or the entire chapter, is only applicable today. But I asked them once, did the ancient Egyptians ever have internal conflicts, which, as the book of Isaiah chapter 19 talks about, and they said no. However, we know that in Egyptian history, there definitely was internal conflicts, especially around the time that Isaiah 19 was taking place, in which would have been after the 700 BC era, probably like around 650, or when Isaiah was alive, according to the narrative.
So you don't believe in none of this, right?
Believe in what? What do you mean?
The Isaiah 19 prophecy, you don't believe in that?
Nah, the parts of it were fulfilled, but Adrian needs to just keep quiet, because he can't debate nothing. He can't fight his way out of a paper bag.
All right, man. We waiting on Martin. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. It's been, damn, you want me to call Martin one more real quick? We call him.
Man, he needs to hurry up, bro. We on 28 minutes already.
You want Martin? Angel cannot take your fade tonight. You got to take your fade, Martin.
Hurry up, man. Hurry up, bro.
Yes. Martin, come on, man. It's been 30 minutes, gang. Oh, you gonna roll a blunt? So you gonna roll a blunt while we live and not click the link while you rolling the blunt, gang? You
That's
forfeit?
crazy. Yeah, he forfeiting, bro.
You forfeit? I'm saying, how you gonna roll the blunt and we live? Nah. That means you click the link and you can roll the blunt and talk. Come on, gang. You wasting our time, gang. Come on, bro.
That's not that's a poor sign of being that's actually a great sign of being unprofessional.
All right, so man, I think if you answer this question right here, you probably get a debate up. So you ain't gotta answer this if you don't want to.
What is he saying? So alcohol is okay in moderation, but it isn't, because it's worse. First of all, stop asking me questions, Mashah. Stop it. I ain't entertaining you. You need to go and debate Abu. He keeps bodying you all the time, and all you want to do is talk about age of consent. Stop it. Go somewhere else, bro. You already asked me. You keep asking me the same question over and over again. I already answered it. I'm not gonna answer it again. You're being repetitive, like Angel.
Mark, I mean, Jeremiah, he tried to trip you up right here, because if you would have caved into that question, you know what I'm saying?
I know. I know what he's trying to do. He thinks he's smart. He ain't smart.
You said, I knew in the chat.
Who?
You said I knew or Abu?
No. Abu, he's a Catholic guy who's on Facebook that Mashah keeps going back and forth with.
Now Martin is in the damn chat, man. I'm confused, man. Martin is going everywhere. Martin, we in the shower, we get dressed,
Yo, he said he's gonna hop on the link when he gets out the shower. He just got out the shower, what, 20-30 minutes ago, and he still ain't hit the link, but now he's rolling the, come on, bro.
Martin, how are you in the chat? What the hell just happened? I thought I just got on the phone and
Gang.
said, all right, Martin said he's dressed.
He's saying he put on all black. He's saying he put on all black for my funeral, but he's gonna end up digging his own grave. So that don't make that don't make any sense to me, bro. Hey Martin, look, all I'm gonna tell you is Chris Bennett is not gonna help you because I know you got all your information from him. So yeah, you might wanna
You said Chris Bennett.
Yeah, he's some white some white boy who's like a shaman, and he's some weed advocate, and he's not a what you could say in the academic field, of studying languages. He's not a Semitic linguist or a Semitic linguistic expert, but let Martin say that he's what is he, an authority on the subject or on the topic. But yeah, I went back and forth with the dude. That he wanted me to give out my information. I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. I just threw out little bits and pieces, but from what he showed me was corresponding with when he was posting back and forth, and I kind of already figured out what he's the type of lane he's going down. I already know, and this is why I'm telling Martin, I know every angle he's going to go down, every single one. I can name them all right now, but I'm not gonna do it because I want to save it.
All right. And hey, let me say this, Jeremiah, because I know this is probably one of the underlying people that come to watch this debate. They want to hear both perspectives and they want to get the truth. So, in your opinion, can you be a servant of Yahweh and smoke cannabis?
In my opinion, I don't think so, bro. Now this is just my opinion. So everybody has their own, ideas and stuff on the topic of cannabis, right? But this is just for me personally, and it comes down to different things, like I guess preference and personal views on it. But in my opinion, I don't think so. And this draws back to, I guess, the debate we're gonna have today, because Martin says that the Levites in the book of Exodus 30 were putting cannabis on the altar and they were lighting it up, or burning it, and they inhaled the fumes from it and they got high from it, whatever, like that, whatever he likes to say. So in my opinion, in context of what we're going to debate, no, I don't think so. It wouldn't make any sense, because that would be like I'm going to show a mirror of pagan practices, which Martin will agree with. So yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right, Martin, we're waiting on you. Are you? Angel says, yeah, you got. Okay, you got reinforcements. Because Angel trying to get a call out today.
Man, Angel hasn't debated yet. He needs to get at least one debate in and win. So he needs to stop. And yeah, and I guess he just commented, ran off the Facebook comment boards when he was conversing with Chris Bennett. No, Angel. What Chris Bennett did is we were going back and forth, and it got up to about 80 plus comments, almost 100, and he deleted his comment because he was afraid I was going to find out exactly what he was saying and flip it on him. So don't come over here and tell me I ran off the boards when he deleted his own comment. Stop it, bro. Stop playing this game with me, bro. What time is it? God damn, we already at 4:35, bro.
Hey, we're gonna give Martin 10 minutes, gang. If Martin don't come in 10 minutes, bro, we ended the debate we won, bro. If Martin don't come in 10 minutes, because I don't know how you in the chat and I just told you what I just told you. So if he don't come in 10 minutes, bro, he forfeited. He ran from you. And we just gonna say it's over with, gang.
It is what it is.
Angels say Judah. Angels say Judah Nash lost to me.
No, there was never a formal debate. What Angel and his whole crew does is when they have they have like comment section debates, which to them is an actual debate. So they take that as a win if somebody says something and they were like, "Oh, no, I beat him, I beat him." But if it's ever in an actual debate where it's timed and you can't interrupt somebody, they're gonna get cooked 9 times out of 10, or 10 out of 10.
Damn. So you saying he won a discussion against Judah Nash?
I'm gonna say it like this. I'll let Judah explain that because it happened so long ago. I don't even remember how it all went down, how it happened. But apparently, if I remember correctly, it was about the book of Mark or something like that. And apparently, Angel got Judah to say like to I guess trash the book, right? And so Angel took that as a dub, I guess. Then
this
this was years ago, like a couple years ago, 3 years ago, I think. I can't remember.
This before Judah Nash stopped believing in Jesus. Hey, Martin. Hey, Martin, gang. Martin, we've been live since 3:00. You think somebody got 38 minutes to wait on you, bro? Well, guess what? We've been waiting 38.
Yeah, bro.
Guess what? We've been waiting 38 minutes on you.
Yeah.
And you was in the chat, bro. You was just in the chat 10 minutes ago. Like, come on, I'm telling you, in 7 minutes, gang, I'm gonna end this live, gang, and I'm gonna just say you forfeited, you ran from me. Cause I don't know what you think this is, Martin. Like, bring your ass up here, bro. You is tripping.
Yep. First it was, oh, I just got out the shower. Then he takes 20 minutes. Then it's, oh, I'm rolling up. Then he takes another 20 minutes. Then he says he's putting on his zeets, and I'm gonna say that just to annoy him, putting on his little tassels. That takes another 10 minutes. Like, bro, what's going on, bro? Like, I got things to do. You know what I'm saying? So him doing this is a waste of my time, bro.
So yeah, we
This is crazy.
It's 3:39. You giving Martin 6 minutes. He don't come in 6 minutes. Then Martin forfeited. You know what I'm saying? If he don't come in 6 minutes, Martin forfeited.
This guy, bro. This is crazy. I ain't never seen somebody as confident as him take this long to hop on a panel, bro. Like, what's going on, man? Like, we could have debated this. Say what?
You jumping in Angel and Judah Nash conversation. You ain't even click the link. Like, you forgot you said I'm wearing all black for a funeral. You commented on that in the chat 10 minutes ago.
Yep. That was 10 minutes ago, bro.
All right. All right, Uncle Judah Nash. I guess we might have to set up you and Angel, because Angel in here saying that he popped your goddamn top on your own show, Judah Nash. But yeah, all right. So Jeremiah, I'm gonna ask you a couple more questions. So
what's good, bro?
With Trump, I don't want to go to the Israel war so fast. I want to talk about illegal immigrants and how you cracking down on that. How you feel about that?
Hey, get them out of here. I ain't gonna lie.
God damn.
I'm just kidding. Nah, but look, I say it like this though. It's I'm being honest, I don't even know if I even have an opinion on that, because I'm just sitting back watching it all go down. And yeah, it kind of sucks because there's families being ripped apart, you know. You got wives getting sent back to Mexico or Honduras down there in South America, and for the most part, everyone is kind of heartbroken about that, and that's sad, you know what I'm saying? But look, it's there's a I forgot how he worded it, but when you allow that, you allow so many to come in like that, it disrupts, I guess, the flow of the economy in some sort of way. I'm not a big politic guy. I don't know a whole lot about politics, but from what I've heard Trump say and everything, all these illegal immigrants, they came in massive numbers under Biden and Kamala Harris. You know what I'm saying? So after that, I guess this it was probably during the 2020 well, the 2024 election, I guess, or the whole time Biden was president, they allowed all of them to come in. But if I'm gonna say something on it, I would say they get most of them out of here and come back legally, bro. Because like I mean, I agree to the point that if they come over here illegally, that's borderline criminal activity. You'll never do that.
All right, we got Martin in the building.
Oh, he
Martin,
finally
yeah.
showed up after taking all that time.
Shalom, more servants to Yahweh.
Man, Martin, my blood pressure was about to get ran at 100, and I was about to crash out.
All right, where's
I was
my?
about to crash out on live, Martin.
Right.
I was about to crash out on live, Martin. They would have been making clips of me jumping up and down this goddamn room, Martin. But now, Martin, check me out. Check me out. This. Let me set the guidelines real quick. I appreciate both of you brothers. Now, Martin made the deadline. No, Martin made the deadline. It's still 2 minutes. Listen, I appreciate both of you brothers coming in. I appreciate both of you brothers accepting the task. We've been supposed to been doing this for a little minute. Hey, listen, to both to Martin and Jeremiah, let's get this out the way. And let's get our point across as clear as possible. You know what I'm saying? And let's, after this debate, instead of all the back and forth, let both of y'all response be, click the link and go watch this debate again. Leave it all on the table. All the Facebook back and forth, all the back chat back and forth, all the DM back and forth. Let's leave it all on the table today. All right, y'all.
Yeah, for sure, bro. Of course.
Yeah, Martin.
Yeah, I heard you, brother, man. I heard you. You know, you got me over here.
All right.
Scrolling up.
Now check me out. Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna let both of y'all do y'all intro for the people. Get your popcorn, get your drinks, get one of these, roll up one of them, and you get everything you need to succeed. For my boy Jeremiah's people, get your smart water, get your Taurus. We going into the Torah tonight. We is going into that goddamn Torah, and we gonna learn tonight. You know what I'm saying? We learn every day over here. It's gonna be one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna start off with I'm gonna let Jeremiah introduce himself first. He been here, and let's get this goddamn show on the road. Jeremiah, let them know what's your name, where you from, and why we here.
Word, I bet. So, you know, first and foremost, always, you know, all praises unto the Most High God Yahweh Yachad. First and foremost, my name's obviously, you know, Jeremiah. I come from, you know, I hail from the Torah Knights, and we're here to make old boy bow down because he seems to think that the Levites got high, and I don't know why he's doing that. That would be in stark contrast to the purity laws. You can't be under any influence when you go into the temple, which is kind of weird because he's saying that they burn incense, which is, according to him, Qanah, Basham, or Cannabis, or whatever he likes to call it. But okay, so now for the intro, right? How long do we get for intro? Like 5 minutes?
Yeah, hey, I'm gonna give y'all 5 minutes, but I just wanted you to introduce yourself to the people. Not
Okay, all right. Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, well, yeah, my name is Jeremiah. I come from Torah Knights, and I'm today Martin's gonna end up digging himself a grave. That's why he dressed in all black, because he knows he's gonna die. But anyways, yeah.
All right. Martin, you there?
Yeah, I'm there, brother, man.
You got the floor, brother, man. Introduce yourself to the people.
All right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I just had everything drop off my lap.
And
Let me turn on my camera real quick.
And tell them where you from and tell them what you come here to do today.
Yo, I'm over here to teach this boy a lesson, yo. My name is Martin. I'm from the Yachad. All praise to Yahweh, Tzaba'ah, Yachad, the only God. I'm from the Yachad. Right now I'm gonna be defending the stance of the Torah and all the teachings of the Qanah regarding Qanah Basham being cannabis. And this fool always want to talk about how they didn't put cannabis in the holy anointing oil and all that. He's always going against the Torah. So I'm gonna show everybody how this fool is going against the Torah and how he's faking. I wore all black for this man's funeral, for real, yo.
That's it.
All right. Hey, man. So, to set the parameters and make sure everything is clear, it's gonna be Jeremiah. It's gonna be 3 15s or 3 10s.
He said 320s. That's what Martin said.
320. Okay, I'm just making sure. All right, 320s, and then are we doing a Q&A or not?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
5 and 5 apiece, or how did we come to it?
We were gonna do, I guess, 10 questions. Good.
10
That's all I
questions
know. I
apiece.
have. Yeah.
Hey, Martin. Everything
Yo, what's up,
good?
bro? Yeah, everything good. Everything good.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, Jeremiah is the opposition. I'm taking up the affirmative. You know what I mean? I'm standing up for the Torah right now.
Okay. Let's go and rock out. Everybody, like, share, and subscribe. Send this shit everywhere, man. Send this shit everywhere because you want to know why? We got 2 OT onlys going at it. 2 Old Testament onlys. £, powerful bills only. 2 goddamn Old Testaments only. So yeah, man, blaze the goddamn chat up. Misery was goody. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We about to get this goddamn show on the road. Like I said, to both of the brothers, we gonna leave everything right here. If weed is in the Bible, if weed is Qanah Basham, we gonna find out tonight. If weed is in the Bible, if weed is Qanah Basham, we gonna find out tonight. Jeremiah is saying, hell no, Qanah Basham ain't no goddamn weed. Crazy. And Martin is saying, hey man, they was getting high, gang. So we about to see, you know what I'm saying? And I know both of these brothers want to put up 60 points on the board, but we got to play defense too. So you got to listen to what the opponent is saying, you know what I'm saying? And at least throw a little photo jump up in there, you know what I'm saying? To show the people what's really going on. All right, let's go and get it started. Let's do the introduction round. Jeremiah, I'm gonna let you go first. For the Jeremiah, you want to go first?
I'm fine with him going first. I'm fine with him going first. He's been so anxious.
Of course
He's been so anxious to get it popping. So I'll let him go first.
Okay.
He's got to prove that Qanah Basham is not cannabis. Because he's always saying, it's not. All right, prove that it ain't.
You're talking too much, bro.
Let's go.
You're talking too much. This is what happened.
I heard
you're gonna end up like Adrian Broner.
I heard you were talking while I was gone. You like talking when people ain't here.
Hold up.
Most definitely. Yeah.
Let me make sure Jeremiah's cool with what you just said. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
He got a lot of energy. And that's okay. I want him to have that. He's gonna end up like Adrian Broner, and it's okay because he's gonna send him packing. But anyways, yeah. It's fine. I'll go first. It's all good.
All right.
Ain't no thing about it.
Hey man, everybody, put your seatbelt on. We're about to have a heavyweight fight. You know what I'm saying? This gonna be one of them ones where, hey, just go back to you know how many clips about to be made tonight? I need both of my fighters to have on their best performance, even kill. Put your point across like you talking to a baby. Point across like you talking to a room full of kids. All right, let's go and get it out the way. Hey, Martin, I'm gonna mute your mic while Jeremiah going, and I'm gonna unmute your mic when he's done.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute my mic. Torah Knights versus Yachad. Let's go.
Let's go.
right, Jeremiah, you
All right,
say
so-
a 5-minute intro. Let's get this money.
Yeah. Let me see if I can share my screen right quick. So let me just get it right here. And I'm gonna say this too. I'm Canelo, he friends, bro. But let me see. See if I can you see my screen? I'm sharing right now. Yo, you see my screen? I think it's pulling up right now. It's loading. It should come up right there. You see it? Perfect. All right, so this is just a thumbnail I made because I was gonna do a YouTube video on it if Martin ran. Obviously, he didn't because now he's nervous. He doesn't have any other choice. But so this discussion begins not with assumptions, but with precision. Words in ancient texts carry definitions anchored in botany, linguistics, and historical taxonomy. The term in question, often misinterpreted and sensationalized, describes a specific kind of plant life, one with structural, morphological, and environmental characteristics clearly defined both in ancient classification and modern science. What will be shown in this debate is that the identity of this plant is not merely guesswork, but grounded in observable patterns of growth, form, and habitat, patterns that cannot be reshaped to fit modern narratives or desires. In due course, I will demonstrate that this plant's identity, by design and definition, excludes certain popular claims entirely. In round one, I will expose how the cannabis found at the Telerad shrine occurred during a time of widespread idolatry and national rebellion in Judah, proving that cannabis use in ancient Judah was a symptom of apostasy, not a reflection of God-ordained rituals, and therefore, by that, Qanah Basham is not cannabis. In round two, I would dismantle the linguistic claim that Qanah Basham in Exodus 30:23 refers to cannabis, because authoritative lexicons, ancient translations, and comparative Semitic linguistics all confirm that the term refers to a fragrant reed. And in round three, well, I'm not going to reveal that. I'm just going to save it. So this is how the debate will go, since I know all of my opponent's angles. Martin will cite fringe authors like Chris Bennett and anthropologists like Sula Bennett, who popularized the cannabis theory based on surface-level phonetic resemblances between Qanah Basham and cannabis, a claim dismissed by serious Semitic linguists. He'll appeal to cannabis use in other ancient cultures as if Israel, a nation repeatedly commanded to reject pagan rituals, would adopt foreign psychoactives or narcotics into holy worship. He'll misuse Ezekiel 27 to suggest cannabis was traded, though the Hebrew refers to calamus and cassia, not cannabis. He'll bring up the Telerad shrine, citing cannabis residue, while conveniently ignoring the standing masabah, a clear marker of idol worship condemned in 2 Kings and 2 Chronicles. I fully expect him to reference 1 Enoch 32:6, which I know he's going to do, which was about fragrant trees, even though it never mentions cannabis or even alludes to anything that has the effects of cannabis and isn't part of the Hebrew canon, I guess, today. He may try to bolster his argument with Arabic or Akkadian words that sound similar to Qanah or Qanah, hoping no one notices the lack of historical, botanical, or ritual continuity. He'll also speculate that the priest got high off the anointing oil or incense, disregarding the fact that Exodus 30 forbids burning or personal use. And finally, he might argue that because calamus wasn't found at Telerad, it couldn't be Qanah Basham, ignoring that calamus thrives in wetlands, while Telerad is an arid, high-altitude ruin from a period of apostasy. And so his entire case is a fragile web of pseudo-etymology, cultural cherry-picking, and theological projection built more on internet mythology than biblical exegesis. He leans on discredited anthropological speculation and phonetic coincidence, not linguistic rigor or scriptural authority. The biblical text is clear. Qanah Basham refers to calamus, not cannabis. And so claim that Israelite worship involved getting high is not only academically bankrupt, it's theologically offensive. It reduces holiness to hedonism and distorts the very character of Yahweh, who demands obedience, not altered states. No Hebrew prophet, priest, or psalmist ever points to psychoactive experience as the gateway to God. That's paganism, not Torah. At best, Martin's position is anachronistic guesswork. At worst, it's a theological smokescreen, desperate to validate cannabis culture by rewriting ancient revelation. And so, to conclude this 5-minute opening statement, let me make one thing unmistakably clear, Martin. Cannabis is not classified as a reed, not botanically, not biblically, not historically, and for sure not scientifically. Cannabis belongs to the Cannabaceae family, while true reeds like those referenced in scripture belong to either the Poaceae or the Uraceae family. I suggest you look them up. Scientifically, they are not the same, and to conflate them is to commit academic malpractice. Furthermore, within the context and textual, historical and textual context of Exodus 30:23, there is zero evidence that the aromatic cane mentioned was ever psychoactive, combusted, or used for intoxication. The ingredient was part of the holy anointing oil, not incense, and was never burned. You're not going to be able to prove that in the book of Exodus that the holy anointing oil was burned. And don't try to make an excuse like just because they sprinkled it on there, that means it was burned. No, sorry, that's not going to work. This entire theory originates not from ancient Israelite tradition, but from a wave of modern fringe speculation, which I will expose in full. So, bottom line, Qanah Basham is not cannabis. And so, all praises to the Most High God Yahweh. And yeah, you know what? Let's get this debate started, man.
Okay. Goddamn. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm gonna put my ski mask on in a minute, man. If somebody, if one of these debaters say a cuss word, if one of these debaters say a cuss word, I'm putting my ski mask on. If one of these debaters crank it up, I'm putting my ski mask on. You know what I'm saying? All right, Martin. Where you at, Martin? You there? You gotta,
Yeah, I gotta unmute my mic real quick. Hold on. All right, and let me unplug. I'm on 71%. Fix my camera. Can you see me yet? Let me know when you can see me.
You already know. I
Guess
can
we're
see
on the reverse camera. All right, we're on the reverse camera. All right, we're on the reverse camera. All right. How do I do this? Reverse camera.
Angel calling people out in the chat again. Angel is calling people out in the chat again. Shout out to the Yachad. Shout out to the night. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna start reading off, and then I'm gonna start sharing my screen. All right, first I want to start off by acknowledging our God, the Most High, Aulayawan Yahweh Tzaba'awat Takad. He alone is God. I also want to acknowledge my teacher, my priest, the instructor from the Yachad, from the tribe of Levi, from the house of Sarawak, Bayath, Sarawak, the Kahan, Qanah Lawak. I wouldn't know anything about Qanah Basham if it wasn't for him. He actually passed around the study of Qanah Basham about 5 years ago in the newbies group. And that's a study that showed me about Exodus 30:23. I'm going to show it to you right now, the actual slide, because I got 5 minutes. All right, let me pull it up. A little quicker with this slide. There it is. All right, this is it. Oh, shit. My bad, yo. You got to put your ski mask on. I just unhooked. All right. So while that reloads, I'm going to show you the slide on my phone.
Stop your time.
All right, that would be the slide that was passed around the first time. But yeah, yo, stop my slide so I could put on the my TV so I could show it on the big screen, because this is whack the way this happened, bro. My bad. Damn, I kicked over all of that. Run that back. Turn it on. Right. Yeah, I just recently moved into my mom's crib because I got into a fight with my baby mama, and I haven't seen my kid in like 4 months. But you know, we doing this for the kids. Yo, check it out. This is the slide that was passed around in the newbies group about 5-6 years ago by the instructor, the Yachad, basically letting us know that cannabis is in fact Qanah Basham, and it was in the Torah, in the book of Exodus. All right, so now we're gonna continue reading. First slide. All right. All right. It says for the first time, man, that was the first time I saw cannabis in the Torah. The Kahan also taught me it was a seed-bearing plant. And I also got the slide. I'll pass that on later on. And Yahweh gave us those so that we can heal ourselves, Genesis 1:29. In round one, I will show how we properly break down the Hebrew word Qanah Basham by going into the etymology of the word. All right, first of as I stated before, the error occurred in the oldest Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, known as the Septuagint. And in my first PowerPoint, I will show that. Yet the complete Jewish Bible says aromatic cane. The Orthodox Jewish Bible says fragrant cane, which both are included in the etymology of cannabis and Qanah Basham. Slides of each I will show you in the second round. Also, slide of the etymology of cannabis and Qanah Basham. There's actually no evidence of calamus ever being used as medicinal or used as anointing oil. But as I stated before, if you try to mix calamus with all the other ingredients of Exodus 30:23, it will get you sick. But this fool will tell you that, that's calamus. But if you believe that, then you're a fool like him. But if you mix it with cannabis, Qanah Basham, you get a healing potion. And everybody knows that cannabis is used as medicinal to treat types of illnesses since back in ancient times and in present days. And if this fool is going to say that Qanah Basham isn't the ancient word, then he needs to show me what is the ancient word for cannabis in the Shemitic languages. And even at dispensaries, you could get cannabis oil to treat your illnesses. Yahweh directed that fragrant Qanah or sweet Qanah be used for anointing oil. The root word is Qanah. Some may say it sounds like the beginning of the word for cannabis. In Hebrew or Barai, it starts with the letter Kuf, which makes the sound of a Q or K. I prefer Q because that's the way the Kahan teaches us. Because in the ancient Assyrian cannabis, it just so happens to start with a Q, as it's the word for cannabis in ancient Assyrian is Quanabu. Slides of Quanabu in the second round. There are 7-point leaves on the calamus, cannabis, but not on the calamus. And the Qanah Basham is referred to as a menorah, and those do have 7 branches and points as the cannabis plant. And the calamus can never be used in any kind of cane, while cannabis is literally aromatic cane. There is no need to translate it from Hebrew. The fact that you think it's sweet calamus is absolutely laughable. Also, I will get into the PowerPoint, the medical science PowerPoints is gonna totally bash your head in when you start seeing that the most abundant receptors that we have is the cannabinoid receptors in our brain, type 1 cannabinoid, CB1. Yes, Yahweh would bless us with the #1 receptor plant and the #1 receptor in our bodies. And medical science PowerPoint number 2 is gonna blow you away when you see that women have the cannabis receptors in their breast, and they pass it on to the children, and it goes from their breast to the child's brain and to his body to feed him and to get him healthy and to pass on all the healthy benefits of Qanah Basham. Slides for this during second round. The etymology of the PowerPoint also in Sumerian and Akkadian, I'm gonna go into. These are 2 different words, but have the same meaning. How much more time do I got on my 5 minutes? Okay, still got 15 seconds to go. All right, let's start with some slides. Yes. Oh man, I kicked it open again. Well, I guess I got to stop kicking that over, and I just give up my time, I guess, because I got to reset this whole shit again.
You had about 15 seconds.
15 seconds, yeah. It's so good. I kicked it over again like a dumbass. It's so good.
No. We good. All right. Hey, man. Say, man, everybody like, share, subscribe. Like, share, and some goddamn subscribe. My boy Jeremiah's about to start us off. Slaughterhouse. The fight has begun, goddamn it. The fight has begun. Don't call the police, goddamn it. Call your people. All right, Jeremiah, let's get this money.
All right, let me go ahead and share my screen. And I just want to say he brought out something that I already said he was gonna try and bring out. So he already shot himself in the foot right there.
Uncle JJ, what's goody?
Let me see here. Go ahead and share my screen. JJ shouldn't talk because he's been running since 2022. But anyways, let's see here. Go ahead and share my screen. First thing I'm gonna do is show the archaeology. Right, he loves to use. Even his leader, his teacher, brought this out years ago too. So I'm gonna go directly to that. And once that's done, you can't use that anymore. Sorry. I was right. Okay, just make sure we got everything correct. Biblical history comparison consistent with idolatry and the usage of cannabis on the shrine in Judea. So this is the exact article that everybody loves to use to make reference that the Israelites used cannabis on their altars. But as we see, the article refers to a study that found traces of cannabis on one of the altars at the Iron Age shrine of Tel Arad in southern Israel. Researchers concluded that the plant was likely burned to induce psychoactive effects during worship, suggesting that ritual intoxication may have been part of the religious practices at that site. However, when examining the article in context, a few interesting things are to be found. Right here, we see inside Arad's Holy of Holies, the archaeologists found a masabah, a working standing stone commonly associated with ancient Levantine cultic practice. And Martin will agree that Leviticus 26:1 and Deuteronomy 16:22 says, "You shall not create for yourselves a sacred pillar." You can't have that because we know that if they do, this is a point of idolatry for them. Now, in the next point, which he's probably not going to address either, or he probably will, but it's going to get refuted anyways. In the next point of the article, it states dung would have burned the cannabis at a low temperature, which is necessary to activate the drug's psychoactive compounds, which in and of itself would be a sign of moral defilement, according to the book of Ezekiel, chapter 8, verses 10 through 11. Now, in the Jacinius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon to the Old Testament, there's a reason why it's saying this, because when you see in that yellow highlighted portion, it says always almost used for idolatrous worship. And in the Hiphil stem, we see to burn incense used of sacrifices, both lawful and unlawful. Using dung on an altar with frankincense would have been that which is unlawful according to the Torah. And so we see during Ahaz's idolatry, his reign was defined by open apostasy, including constructing an altar patterned after one in Damascus, according to 2 Kings 16, and making offerings to foreign gods. His tolerance of provincial shrines like Tel Arad rather than centralized worship in Jerusalem, as commanded in Deuteronomy 12, verses 5 through 14, reflects the idolatrous high places worship that he actively permitted. And even during Jotham's reign, the high places remained, according to 2 Kings 15. So revealing a failure to enforce exclusive worship of Yahweh. The Arad shrine, featuring a Holy of Holies and a standing stone, a masabah, closely parallel these high places, often linked to Canaanite or syncretistic cults, per Deuteronomy 12 and 1 Kings 14. And so in the next portion, it states it required backing from a powerful state entity. The use of cannabis in their shrine was probably a mainstream practice officially sanctioned and financed by the monarchy, which this would be a corruption of royal authority, according to 2 Kings 21 and 2 Chronicles 33, where it states that King Manasseh led Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem to err worse than the heathens did. And so when we read again, it states it is more likely connected to the religious reforms that were carried out by Hezekiah in the early days of his reign. The Israelites tore down the high places and altars throughout Judah, Benjamin, Ephraim, and Manasseh until they were all destroyed, per 2 Chronicles 31. And in 2 Kings 18, it states that Hezekiah removed the high places and break in pieces the brazen serpent. And we know that 2 Chronicles chapters 29 through 31 were a comprehensive religious reform and the removal of unlawful worship. And so the shrine was decommissioned and its altars buried around 715 BCE, precisely when Hezekiah began his sweeping religious reforms. The intentional burial of sacred elements indicates a formal rejection of the site's practices, suggesting they were viewed as incompatible with Torah standards. Notably, this closure predates the Assyrian invasion of 701 BCE, underscoring that it was ideologically, not militarily motivated. And so, what this shows is that the archaeological report confirms that the use of cannabis at Telerad took place during a time of documented national idolatry, was enabled by sponsored apostate kings like Manasseh, contradicted the commands of the Torah, was shut down by reformers like Hezekiah, and was likely excluded from scripture as part of religious purification and redaction. And the article also revealed, like I showed, that cannabis was mixed with dung and frankincense with animal fat. Dung to activate the cannabis psychoactive compounds at low temperatures, and animal fat to ignite frankincense at a high heat. And so, according to the Torah, frankincense is a legitimate offering to be burned in its pure form, often alongside grain or animal fat as part of a sacred controlled ritual. Combining it with dung, a substance deemed unclean, directly violates the purity standards required for worship. And so Leviticus 10:1-2 offers a sobering precedent where Nadab and Abihu were struck down for offering unauthorized fire, underscoring the gravity of deviating from divine instructions. And so the Torah clearly outlines acceptable offerings, whether it be grain, oil, wine, and incense, yet cannabis is conspicuously absent. While some argue it may be under obscure terms, its psychoactive use contradicts the ritual sobriety commanded in the worship of Yahweh. So the article's depiction of cannabis being used to induce a high, like Martin says, points to ecstatic practices common in surrounding pagan cults, not in Torah ordained service. And so Hezekiah's reforms directly targeted idolatrous worship. He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah, per 2 Kings 18. Likewise, Josiah defiled the high places and broke down the altars. The burial of the Arad altars around 715 BCE aligns with Hezekiah's efforts to restore exclusive worship of Yahweh, indicating the shrine's practices were no longer tolerated under his reforms. And so in the ancient Near East, dung was occasionally used as fuel, but its presence in temple rituals points to syncretistic contamination. Under King Ahaz, who embraced Assyrian and Canaanite customs according to 2 Kings 16 and 2 Chronicles 28, such practices likely infiltrated local worship. So the act of blending costly frankincense with unclean dung becomes a symbolic desecration, a sacred element defiled, mirroring the prophet's denunciations of idolatry as a distortion of true worship. And so the ecstatic rituals were sensual to pagan worship, such as the prophets of Baal raving on Mount Carmel. And the Arad cannabis, likely imported as hashish, and its use in official rites suggests state level approval consistent with Ahaz's documented alliances with Assyria and adoption of their deities. This stands in stark contrast to Hezekiah and Josiah's sweeping purges of foreign cultic elements. And so the Telerad shrine featured, as I already stated, a Holy of Holies and a standing stone, architectural elements strongly associated with Canaanite cultic worship, explicitly condemned in the Torah per Deuteronomy 16 and prophetic literature according to 2 Kings 17. Its very existence outside of Jerusalem violates the centralization of worship mandated in Deuteronomy 12, a command later enforced by Hezekiah and Josiah, but neglected under Ahaz and earlier monarchs. And so why this disproves cannabis as Qanah Basham? Context is apostasy. The only confirmed case of cannabis use is in a disqualified, condemned temple. It does not represent mainstream Mosaic worship of the time. Qanah Basham is linked with purity, not intoxication. It was used in the holy anointing oil, which was never burned. It was associated with priestly consecration, not altered states. And cannabis was only found burned, not infused into oil. This distinction is very essential. So if the priests were forbidden to be intoxicated while ministering, using cannabis to get high while ministering would be a violation. And so the ritual use of cannabis and the defilement of frankincense with dung at Telerad, dated between 760 to 715, occurred during a spiritually compromised era in Judah's history. This period encompasses the reign of Jotham and, more significantly, Ahaz, whose apostasy opened Judah to foreign cultic influences and decentralized idol-based worship. These practices directly violated Mosaic prescriptions for worship and aligned with the biblical portrayal of widespread idolatry, high place worship, and syncretism. But Hezekiah's closure of the shrine and Josiah's latter purges demonstrate a covenantal return to Torah standards, proving that the Arad rituals were not only unauthorized but ultimately condemned. Viewed through the combined lenses of biblical text, archaeology, chronology, and ritual law, the evidence converges to confirm that the Tel Arad shrine was a stronghold of idolatrous worship, dismantled only when reforming kings restored the primacy of Torah purity. So just by what was shown before, when logically deduced, the Qanah Basham is not cannabis, because for one, the Tel Arad shrine didn't even have all the ingredients for the holy anointing oil there, and it didn't even have all the ingredients for the incense altar. And so this is from a source that Martin's savior, Chris Bennett Christ, had, right? And he got all his information from him, but he's probably not going to use it now because he realizes I know exactly where to go now. But this is from a book that his friend had. It's called Sex, Drugs, Violence, and the Bible. And it states there was an ongoing fight in the Old Testament between the uptight monotheist and the Canaanite pagan beliefs that were part of Jewish culture. There was ritual sex to fertilize the fields and sacred prostitution and tolerance of, I ain't going to say that, but even in its priesthood. This all happened in the temple itself under such rulers as Solomon, who was under the influence of his 700 wives and several hundred concubines, who encouraged worship of Astarte or Ashtoreth with hemp. So the cannabis use associated with Canaanite cultic paganism. By the very sentence, worship of Astarte with hemp, Chris and Martin are conflating biblical rituals with Canaanite fertility cults, and admits cannabis was part of Ashtoreth worship, a pagan goddess known, as I said, Ashtoreth. This is explicitly condemned in the Torah. What we know in 1 Kings 11:5 and verse 33, Solomon followed the goddess of the Sidonians, which are Canaanites. And then it says, because they have forsaken me and have worshipped Ashtoreth. And so if cannabis was used in worship of Ashtoreth, it cannot be the same Qanah Basham, which was used in the holy anointing oil of Yahweh's tabernacle, per Exodus chapter 30, verse 22 through 33, a completely separate and consecrated ritual. And so the Qanah Basham in the holy oil was most holy and set apart for the priesthood under penalty of death or being cut off if misused. Especially how Martin is insinuating the burning of to deliberately get high off the substance. This would be absurd and dangerous if the oil contained a known psychoactive linked to condemned cults. And so, thanks to Fowler, I can say cannabis was associated condemned pagan rites, idol worship, temple prostitution, and Ashtoreth worship. That alone proves it is not the plant Yahweh chose to anoint his holy sanctuary and priest with. And we know that in the histories by Herodotus, book 4, section 75, the Scythians then take the seed of this hemp and creep under the felt coverings, and then they throw the seed upon the stones which have been heated red hot, and it burns like incense and produces a vapor so thick, I don't know why I typed it like that, so thick that no vapor bath in Hellas would surpass it. And the Scythians, being delighted with the vapor bath, howl like wolves, meaning the Scythians, when they threw the hemp on the hot stones, they got high off the effects from the gases or the smoke from it. This is exactly what Martin is insinuating the Levites were doing in the temple. That in and of itself mirrors pagan custom. And so Herodotus' reference to Scythians using hemp smoke in his histories, book 4, chapter 75, is over 700 years removed from the Mosaic era and reflects Eurasian nomadic rituals, not Levantine priestly rites. The cannabis residue discovered at Tel Arad, dated to the 8th century BC, confirms its limited ritual use in later Judah during a period marked by syncretism and deviation from Mosaic law, but it postdates the Exodus and lacks any association with anointing oil. In contrast, sweet calamus was long used in sacred blends throughout Europe and Mesopotamia, according to Wilkinson, The Complete Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Egypt, 2003, page 92. Archaeobotanical studies confirm calamis's presence in trade and perfumery inventories well before 1200 BCE, making it regionally and ritually appropriate. Thus, cannabis's late foreign and deviant entry into Israelite religion disqualifies it from serious consideration in the context of Exodus 30:23. Thus, Qanah Basham is not cannabis. And so, to conclude this first round, it has been decisively demonstrated that the use of cannabis in pagan rituals, whether at Tel Arad with dung alongside standing stones in Astarte worship, or among the Scythians as described by Herodotus, serves as clear evidence of how foreign nations employed this plant for its psychoactive effects in idolatrous practices. This is precisely the kind of ritual impurity Israel was commanded to reject. By contrast, the Qanah Basham in Exodus 30 is never described as psychoactive, never inhaled, and never burned. And the Hebrew never defines it as something to be set aflame. That alone disqualifies it from being cannabis. So The burden of proof now lies with those who would insert a forbidden pagan practice with the sacred oil of Yahweh. And so, yes, here I would like to conclude this by saying, all praises to the Most High God, Yahweh. And I can't wait for the second and third rounds, because that's when I really get into source material and Semitic linguistic relations.
Jeremiah, you still got 6 minutes.
I'm good. I specifically timed myself the exact way I did. It's all good.
Okay. All right. So, hey, man, that's crazy. You quoting Chris Bennett, and Chris Bennett is in the chat. You got Chris Bennett saying,
I know.
Goddess and kings burnt incense, later condemned them or not. It was taking place. You got Asherah's Orchard saying this is like arguing that a firearm of a government official is not the same thing as a gun of a criminal because one is used for a crime and one is not.
Horrible logic. Horrible logic.
Chris Bennett said Isaiah 43:23.
Yes, I know.
Frankincense and Qanah.
Yeah, but that's not the exact thing. That's not what he's thinking it is. It's okay though. It doesn't even matter. But yeah, I'm done. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna.
Angel trolling you. All right, man.
Yeah,
hey, Martin. Yeah, unmute your mic, Martin. Mute up for me, Jeremiah. Damn. Misery trying to get on fire.
Yo, you mean to tell me this boy Jeremiah was bitching about going to 20 minutes and he couldn't even go 20 minutes? He only went 15 minutes? Dude, I gave this dude so much information just to make it to 20 minutes. He couldn't make it to 20 minutes.
Hold on, Martin. Let me start your
I'm
time.
telling you, man.
I'm gonna start the time whenever you ready, Martin.
All right, let me reverse this camera. All right, I'm trying to get all the stuff in order, even my Dead Sea Scrolls. That boy ain't bring out no Torah. Nothing. Oh, I got it right there. All right. I'll leave my son picture right on it as a page holder, so we could read it to you in the Hebrew. All right. Let me start. Give me 1 second. You can start my time. Turn on my Damien Goku.
Everybody like, share, subscribe. Appreciate y'all for being in the right place to be.
Right. Just right here. And one more second. Dismiss. Yeah, and I want to also remind the audience before this debate gets started again that this debate is marijuana in the Torah and is cannabis, Qanah, Basham, not is the Levites getting high on the altar like this guy Jeremy's trying to make it seem.
Hey, Martin, I'm trying to start your time, gang.
Yeah, and I also want to remind everybody that when they ask me who the leader of the Hebrew community is, I'm going to say Qanah Lawa every time. All right, let's go. Start me up.
All right.
All right. It says right here on my camera. Where's the mic? There it is. Right here. Right. All right. Let me begin by stating that Jeremiah is taking the oppositional stance to the Torah, and I'm taking the affirmative stance, standing up for the Torah. And Qanah Basham and the teachings of the Kahan and the teachers of that Yahweh has raised up to teach Yasharal in the time that what I believe to be our nation's greatest captivity ever, because we lost a lot this time around. We lost our language, and we are beginning to get it back, and now our identity as a nation is returning. Okay, come on back. I'm bringing up Deuteronomy 19:15. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, and any sin that he sinneth. At the mouth of two witnesses or at the mouth of three witnesses shall the matter be established. For every PowerPoint, I will present two witnesses. If you want me to read this just to like make Jeremiah look even more like stupid, I could do that, but let's continue on. PowerPoints. My first PowerPoint would be my medical science PowerPoints. Cannabis has also had a long history. Let me back up so you can see the whole. There we go. Cannabis has had a long history of being used for medicinal purposes as a recreational drug. I don't consider it recreational. I don't consider it a drug. Known by several slang terms such as marijuana, pot, or weed. Various cannabis strains have been bred.
Hey, cut your mic.
What's
cut
up?
your mic, man. Yeah.
I got my mic muted.
All right, you good? Come on, good. Come on.
Yeah, I got my mic is good, brother.
I think you had your hand over. You had your hand over something. You good now? Come on.
All right, where am I? Various cannabis strains have been bred, often selectively to produce high or low levels of tetrahydrocannabinol (THC), a cannabinoid and a plant's principal psychoactive consultant. Compounds such as hashish and hash oil were extracted from the plant. More recently, there has been interest in other cannabinoids like cannabidiol, CBG, and CBN. You know, and that's what was found at a lot of the sites. Okay, what happened here? Bring that down. All right, whatever. The most abundant type of receptor in the brain is the cannabinoid receptor, type 1 CB1, as I spoke about before in the earlier round. It is a G protein COP receptor, CPCR, and is found throughout the brain, particularly in regions like the neocortex, hippocampus, basal ganglia, and cerebellum. CB1 receptors are primarily target for THC, a psychoactive component of cannabis, breast and milk cannabis receptors. Cannabinoid receptors, both CB1 and CB2, are present in mammary and epithelial cells and can be activated by cannabinoids found in breast milk. These receptors are also found in other tissues, including the central nervous system and immune systems, while the endocannabinoid system is naturally present in breast milk and plays a role in infant development. The presence of cannabinoids from cannabis use can alter milk composition and particularly impact the infant by potentially passing medicinal properties to the infant while receiving the benefits of Qanah Basham cannabis. The endocannabinoid system, ECS, is a complex cell system found in all vertebrates, including humans, that plays a crucial role in regulating various and psychological processes. It helps maintain homeostasis, the body's internal balance, by influencing functions like appetite, mood, sleep, pain, sensation, and more. Endocannabinoids are naturally produced in the body and act as chemical messengers, regulating various bodily functions like sleep, mood, appetite, and pain. They are part of the endocannabinoid system, which includes receptors located in the brain and throughout the body. These messengers bind to these receptors to influence the cell communication and maintain homeostasis, internal balance. Can you pause my time right now? So I can add a slide?
5 minutes.
Is that possible?
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, it's not possible to pause it. So if not, I'll just add the slide later. Then.
Yeah.
All right. You paused it, brother?
Yeah.
All right. All right, pause it for me so I can pull up the slide real quick. Hold up. I want to show you. You know, I learned from my debate. Show these people the stuff that you're talking about. So I'm gonna show you. the receptors, the pictures that right.
Shout out my boy Sergio. Shout out my boy Sergio.
Screenshots. That's where it's at. Screenshots. All right, we got it. Here it goes. Boom.
See more.
All right. These would be the human endocannabinoid system. And as you see, CB1 is primarily the most found in the body, in your brain. So Yahweh would bless us, like I said, with the number 1 receptor in the body to use, and the number 1 plant so that the receptor would work. As you see in the slide. All right, and I'm gonna get back to, you could unpause my time in 2 seconds. Get back to my reading. All right. I wish I knew how to, okay, right there, push that button.
Oh damn, my boy got clicked out. He clicked himself out on
Hey,
accident.
hey, I didn't know you could pause time to add slides. I thought you're supposed to have the information ready, which is crazy. Like that don't make any sense. How you gonna pause time to add slides? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Pausing time to add slides, and he talking about I'ma get bodied. Come on, now he doesn't even have his information ready. This is crazy.
Let's see. Martin came back up in here. Peace to everybody tapping in, man. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe, man. We got a crazy one going on. It's we in the Bible. It's we in the Bible. I'm calling Martin. Let's see my boy. Just had a little technical difficulty. He's running up. Oh, there you go. He's running 3.
Yeah, yo. Go. Yeah, it kicked me off. I don't know what happened, bro. This shit just kicked me off. All right, but I'm back.
All right,
I'm back. All right. So we back to the breast milk. This is my my science PowerPoint. I bet he didn't know I was gonna come with this one. I don't know how he's gonna explain this one.
right, let's go, Bart.
All right. Yes, the most abundant type of receptors in the brain would be the cannabinoid receptors, or type 1 CB1, the brain and breast receptors. Yes, Yahweh would bless us through our number 1 receptor, the plant, which is Qanah Basham cannabis. All right. Medical science PowerPoint had 2 witnesses. All right. The etymology of the word cannabis and Qanah Basham. In ancient Mesopotamia, specifically in Assyrian and Babylonian cultures, cannabis was referred to by several names based on its use. Here are some of the names used in their context. Azulu, this term was named for cannabis when applied for medical purposes such as treating depression or other conditions described in cuneiform tablets dating back to 1500 BC. The word Azulu also had connotations relating or alleviating and inducing panic. Cunibu was another common name for cannabis, often used when it was an ingredient in religious incense. The Assyrians used to use cannabis as incense in the 7th and 8th century BCE, referring to it as kunud or kanud. This term might signify a way to produce smoke. Some sources suggest the word cannabis itself may originate from the term ganzi-gu or ganja. This Assyrian term translates Where am I at? This Assyrian term translates to the drug that takes away the mind, reflecting a potential awareness of the psychoactive effects of cannabis. These terms recorded in cuneiform tablets provide valuable insights to the uses and perceptions of cannabis in ancient Mesopotamian societies. In Sumerian, cannabis was known as kunabu. This term is thought to be the origin of the modern word cannabis. The Assyrian term Kunabu also refers to cannabis, is considered as related term and may also be a source for the modern word. In Neo-Assyrian Akkadian, cannabis was referred to as Kunabu, again, documented in cuneiform and Asinutura. This word is considered potential origin for the modern word cannabis. The earliest writings of Qanah Basham would be located in ancient Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. But aside from that, the earliest writings would be found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And I'll get into that in the next round. Archaeology, PowerPoints, residue of cannabis were found in ancient temples, dating back to the period predating the Dead Sea Scrolls. This suggests the use of cannabis in ancient Israelite religious rituals. Some sources suggest the Hebrew sect responsible for preserving the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Zadokites, who were known as the Essenes. The word Essene just means healer, were the same Zadokites from the Torah who kept the charge of Yahweh when all of Israel went astray, including the Levites. That would be found in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 44, verse 1 through 15. And additionally, based on the information available, there's potential connection between the Essenes and the ancient Egyptian therapeutics. Primarily through the Therapeutae, they were often described as a sister sect to the Essenes and are believed to have resided as Jewish aesthetics. Potentially related to the Essenes are also linked to cannabis in their contemplative practices. Therapeutic practices, modern Essenial and Egyptian therapeutics involve various techniques including energy work, body work, and aromatherapy. These therapies are said to purify the physical and subtle bodies and address imbalances leading to disease. The Syrian and Egyptian therapies employ elements like concentrated oils, voice attunement, archetypes, and hands-on healing, working on energy points and subtle bodies. In summary, these connections stem from the Therapeutae, a potential sister sect of the Essenes based in Egypt, who likely used used cannabis, Qanah Basham, also focusing on holistic healing. And my source for that is Philo. I got a picture of him. I'm gonna show it off. Philo experienced some sort of identity crisis indicated by a passage in on his special laws. In this work, he describes his longing to escape from worldly cares to contemplative life, his joy at having succeeded in doing perhaps the Egyptian Jewish aesthetic sect of the Therapeuta described in his book Treatise on the Contemplative Life, and his renewed pain at being forced once again to participate in civic turmoil. Philo appears to have been dissatisfied his life in the bustling metropolis of Alexandria. He praises the Essenes, a Jewish sect who lived monastic communities in the Dead Sea area, for avoiding large cities because of iniquities that had become inveterate among city dwellers, the same iniquities that was spoken about in the book of Ezekiel 10 to 15, as I spoke about earlier. For living, turn that back on. What happened? All right. Right, we'll go right here. Yeah, the one identifiable event in Philo's life occurred in the year 39 or 40, when after his pogrom against the Jews in Alexandria, he headed an embassy to the Emperor Caligula, asking him to reassert Jewish rights granted by the Ptolemies, rulers of Egypt, and confirmed by the Emperor Augustus, Philo was prepared to answer the charge of disloyalty leveled against the Jews by notorious anti-Semite Apion, the Greeks' grammarian, when the emperor cut him short. I guess they killed him. Therapian Philo told his fellow delegates not to be discouraged because God would punish Caligula, who shortly thereafter was indeed assassinated. Marijuana was similarly used in Africa as evidence in Egyptian Eber's papyrus, circa 1550 BCE, for fever, pain, infected toenails, uterine cramps. Other Egyptian papyruses include cannabis as treatment for eye infections, glaucoma, cholera, menstrual ailments, headaches, fever, and collateral cancer. Sources for medical cannabis studies. I got a bunch of sources over here. Man, this terrible camera work. Get into a few of those. Gustavo Gonzalez Cuevas, unique treatment potential for cannabinoid use for the prevention of relapse to drug use. So these are all medical sources of Qanah Basham cannabis. As you can see, it's very extensive. And let me show you some slides also. Got the slides real quick. Right. As you can see, cannabis in ancient Assyria, the cuneiform tablets. See the marijuana. See right there. And this all goes down in Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization. All found in the Babylonian cuneiform, where it's talking about cunable. And you know, Jeremiah still hasn't shown us what they called cannabis in ancient Shemitic scripts, or even before that. So we're still waiting to see that. Let's see what else we got here. So far back as the Babylonian Empire, they were using Qanah Basham, or Qunah, they were calling it back then. All right, this is what I was telling you about before. Ezekiel 44, 10 through 15. I don't know why it's backwards, but let me see. Right there it says, but the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok that kept the charge of my sanctuary, when the children of Israel went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister unto me, and they shall stand before to me to offer the fat and blood, saith Yahweh Adonai. So this is why we're going to go into the Dead Sea Scrolls. It says right here, the Essenes were allegedly the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls and were settled by the Dead Sea, the ancient source that locates their sister sect, the Therapeutic, as being by the shores of Lake Mortis in Egypt. No scholar has previously sought to locate where exactly on Lake Mariotis they were settled, using clues from the Essene sites around the Dead Sea as an attempt is made suggest a specific location for the Therapeutic, since there are signs of medical activity at many of the Essene sites. A site with medical association is also sought for the location of Essene's sister sect in Egypt. A suitable site is found at Cannabis. All right. And this is that guy Philo, who talks about the Essenes and the therapeutic, and he's the main source that speaks about all of that. Right. It says, I don't know why this is backwards. I wish I could try to fix that, but it says, PowerPoints, cannabis also has a long history of being used for medicinal purposes, as recreational, known for several slang terms such as marijuana, pot, or weed. Various cannabis strains have been bred selectively to produce high or low levels of THC.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna use all my time in playing. Let me flip the camera too for the last remainder. On the front facing. Boom. Is that able to be read properly? Like, can you see that now? Like properly? The Hebrew word Qanah has been suggested as possible ancient term for cannabis, but the primary use of, what'd you say?
Move your finger out the way.
Okay. Is that better? Is that better?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Hebrew word Qanah has been suggested as a possible ancient term for cannabis, but the primary use of the word appears to be reed and related meanings, making cannabis connection uncertain. That's what they're saying. But for years they've been saying that Qanah Basham is cannabis, and now we even have the archaeological evidence that proves it.
All right, Tom. All right.
Woo! Yeah. Yo.
Going into the second round, gang.
Yo.
It is going into the second round. Jeremiah, let's get some money.
This is crazy. He just proved my point without even knowing. Oh my God. Oh my, this is crazy. All right, let me share my screen. Watch this, bro. Because he's talking about other Semitic scripts. He mentioned Kunabu. I'm gonna bring that up in the third round. Don't worry about it. So watch this. See, is my screen sharing?
Yep.
All right, watch this. So check this out. So round 2, linguistic analysis of Qanah, and more importantly, that Qanah Basham is not cannabis. Now that the archaeological aspect has been broken down and proven that cannabis being used on a shrine in Judah with dung would have been a violation of Torah law, let us now move into the linguistic aspect, where I will further prove that Qanah Basham is not cannabis. Joshua 16:8, Brook of Qanah. From Tapua, the border went westward to the brook of Qanah, and its outlets were to the sea. This is the heritage of the children of Ephraim according to their families. In Joshua 16:8, the term Qanah, Nahal Qanah, refers to a stream that marked the territorial boundary between the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. The word Qanah is a proper locative noun derived from the feminine form of Strong's H7070, Qaneh, the same root used in Qanah Basham from Exodus 30:23. The term Qaneh or Qaneh consistently means reed in biblical Hebrew. This linguistic connection strongly supports the interpretation of Qanah Basham as referring to a fragrant reed, not cannabis. As noted in Strong's Concordance, Qanah signifies reediness and is used in the name of both a stream and region in ancient Palestine, further situating the term with the semantic field of reeds rather than cannabis. So in other words, Qanah or Qanah Basham is not cannabis, but is always associated with reeds. Now, since Martin believes that Qanah or Qanah is associated with cannabis, he'll have to prove that it means a city or region or stream of cannabis. If he can't do that, then that means Qanah or Qanah, and more importantly, Qanah Basham is not cannabis. So this is the relevant Hebrew right here for Qanah Basham, right? In Exodus 30:23. And we read here, it translates in the JPS as sweet calamus. So in the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew and English lexicon, we read on page 899 that it always denotes a stalk or reed. In the first circle number, it means a stalk. In the second, water plant or reed. In the middle portion, highlighted means beast of the reeds dwelling among them, meaning the crocodiles who dwelt among the riverbanks among the marshes. And in the third definition, I wonder why the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew and English lexicon that I know Martin has and I know that his leader has, it mentions calamus or aromatic reed, but he says that they mistranslated it, or yeah, but there's no proof that they actually did it. There's no reputable academic article, nothing that proves that they mistranslated the word as calamus instead of cannabis. But anyways, let's continue. The Hebrew word Qanah means reed or cane, and it comes from a root that refers to long, thin plant stalks. It's used in the Bible to describe things like measuring sticks made from plants, as seen in Ezekiel 40, verse 3. In the context of Exodus 30:23, it points to a type of plant that was likely known for its shape and form, not for causing intoxication or being used like a drug. Now, the third definition, obviously, calamus or aromatic reed. These are the key verses here that we're going to be looking at. However, the main one we're going to look at is Ezekiel 27:19, because we know that this same Qanah Basham in Exodus 30:23 was also used as a trade item and part of ancient commerce. And so the third definition, Qanah or Qanah, definitely denotes calamus or aromatic reed. And this helps show that it's talking about a plant used for anointing oil, especially in Exodus 30:23. And the dictionary doesn't say it's cannabis. Instead, it connects the word to calamus, a sweet-smelling reed that was often used in religious ceremonies and perfumes. This makes sense because the verse is about ingredients for holy oil, and calamus was a known trade item used in temple rituals, especially by the priests. So this is a book here, The Oxford History of the Biblical World, edited by Michael D. Coogan. And when speaking of the land of Israel or the Levant in the bottom highlighted portion, you see here where it states, along its length from Damascus in the north and southward to the eastern arm of the Red Sea and beyond to Arabia ran the King's Highway, the principal route for traders in incense and spices. Now, in the Geography of Strabo, book 16, chapter 4, section 19, he states the country of the Sabaeans, a very populous nation, is contiguous and is the most fertile of all, producing myrrh, frankincense, and cinnamon. On the coast is found balsamum, and another kind of herb of a very fragrant smell, but which is soon dissipated. There are also sweet-smelling palms and the calamus. Why doesn't Strabo say anything that has to do with cannabis, Martin? I'm not even gonna get into it. Never mind. So now in the Jacinius Hebrew and Chaldee lexicon to the Old Testament, under H7070, it states this: cane, reed. To this answer the Greek and Latin kava or kana. Now in the green highlighted portion, it states specially a reed growing in rivers and marshes, aromatic or sweet-smelling calamus. And it's very important that we understand the green highlighted portion here where it states a reed growing in rivers and marshes, because we then see in Theophrastus, Inquiry into Plants, books 6 through 9, specifically book 9, chapter 7, section 7, line 1, where it states sweet flag, which is calamus, and ginger grass grow beyond the Libanus between that range and another small range, and the depression thus formed, and not, as some say, between Libanus and Anti-Libanus. But where the calamus or sweet flag and ginger grass grow, there is a large lake, and they grow it in the dried up marshes, covering an extent of more than 30 furlongs. They have no fragrance when they are green, but only when they are dried, and in appearance they do not differ from ordinary reeds and rushes. But as you approach the spot, immediately a sweet smell strikes you. Cannabis doesn't have a naturally sweet smell, Martin. It has an acrid odor to it. You don't want to get into the science of that. But going back to the Jacinius, there's a reason why it says a reed grown in rivers and marshes, because calamus was known to grow near dried up marshes and rivers. Now let's go to the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament, where it states this noun is primarily a general term for marsh plants. It can also designate rushes, seaweed, or marsh reeds. Etymologically, the same word is related to the Egyptian marsh plant or papyrus and sea of reeds, Yam Suf. So now, if everybody can see this, I hope everybody can see this. This is a book called Meccan Trade and the Rise of Islam by Patricia Crone. She states, a reed described as aromatic, Qanah Basham, is mentioned in the Old Testament, where it is always found in the company of at least one Arabian product, and where the Phoenicians of Tyre are said to trade it in it. That's Ezekiel 27. This suggests an Arabian commodity. An aromatic reed, calamos, was in fact to be found in Arabia, according to Theophrastus and Pliny, both of whom knew it to grow in Syria too. In particular, it grew by the dried out lake in the Lebanese valley, in which sweet rushes were also to be found. It grew in South Arabia too, according to Agarthachides, and the Manian who sold myrrh and calamus in Egypt is attested in inscriptions of 264 BC. According to Pliny, calamus also grew in India, and Dioscorides identified it as Indian toot court. I don't know what that word is, anyways. But moving further down, it states Islamic sources identify calamus as primarily Iranian. It was imported during a Khwarizm. I don't know. That's a weird Arabic term. I don't know. Understand that. But continuing on page 266, he states, or it states this. As for the plant that bears the name Acorus calamus today, Muslim authors were familiar with it under its Indian name Khwaj. The history of the calamus of trade may thus be summarized as follows. Calamus was distributed in biblical Palestine, possibly also in ancient Egypt, by the Phoenicians, along with other Arabian commodities such as myrrh, frankincense, and cinnamon, all of which were found either in the altar of incense or the holy anointing oil. Their supplies came from southern Arabia and or Syria, both South Arabian and Syrian calamus being attested as early as the 3rd century BCE, while at the same time the Greeks adopted a Semitic word for reeds of their own. Whatever significance one is to attach to this exchange, Syrian and Arabian calamus seems to have dominated the market even in the 1st century AD. So now this is why it's used as a valuable spice, according to Ezekiel 27, because it's an article of international commerce. Now, when you look at the Plants of the Bible by Michael Zohary, he states that the Hebrew Qanah is a reed that grows in swamps and marshes. It is sometimes used to symbolize weakness and fragility, owing to its hollowness. The identity of Qanah, which with reed has linguistic and contextual attestation, and is further supported by the use of the term for fencing, the shaft of the lampstand, measures of length, and reed pens. During the biblical period, the reed provided one of the materials extensively used in everyday life and was therefore also grown in the gardens. It was utilized for field hedges, mats, flutes, scales, pens, and walking canes, and for house construction. And now in this source, a botanical snapshot of Ugarit, trees, fruits, plants, and herbs in the cuneiform text by Wilfred G.E. Watson on page 110, he states this. The South Palace seems to have had the monopoly in the provision of trade in raw material and the produce of agricultural forestry and all kinds of plants, including wood for building, resins, perfumed oils, and medicinal and hippiatric plants. Now, in Pliny, the Natural History, book 12, chapter 48, he mentions this. Scented calamus, also which grows in Arabia, is common to both India and Syria, that which grows in the last century being superior to all the rest, at a distance of 150 stadia from the Mediterranean, between Mount Libanus and another mountain of no note. There is a valley of moderate size, situate in the vicinity of a lake, the marshy swamps of which are dried up every summer. At a distance of 30 stadia from this lake grow the sweet scented calamus and rush. Why doesn't he say anything that's related to cannabis? He was far closer to the time than we are. In this book, Figs, Dates, Laurel, and Myrrh, Plants of the Bible and the Quran by Linton John Musselman, they states there are 5 references in the Bible to a fascinating plant translated as sweet cane or calamus and sweet myrtle. The Hebrew word is Qanah, a word used to describe other unrelated plants with similar leaf shape. The verses of the prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel clearly indicate the value of calamus and the fact that it was widely traded with the nations of Asia. So I don't have to read that part, but what the aforementioned confirms is the presence of a structured perfume and medicinal plant economy, which included aromatics traded like luxury commodities. This aligns with Qanah Basham as a valuable perfumed reed not a psychoactive substance. And so the Hebrew term Boshem or Basham is clearly defined as a perfumed substance commonly rendered as spice, balsam, or aromatic resin, and is consistently associated with temple service, royal settings, and sacred fragrance. Nowhere in lexical or scriptural usage is Basham ever linked to anything intoxicating or psychoactive. When paired with Qanah or Qanah, the phrase contextually and lexically translates as aromatic cane or fragrant reed, with Basham serving as the descriptive modifier emphasizing the sweet balsamic quality of the stock. There was no linguistic or botanical basis to interpret Basham as cannabis or any kind of intoxicant. Its use was clearly ritualistic, perfumed, and sacred, not recreational or narcotic. And so this is why when you read the Student's Hebrew Lexicon, Davis and Mitchell, Qanah Lawa has this too. The oil was frequently scented and used as a cosmetic, hence called precious oil in Psalms 133:2, perfumer's oil, Ecclesiastes 10:1, and the anointing oil, Exodus 25:6, which was made fragrant with the compound. It was composed of several prescribed spices and used exclusively for sacred anointings, hence called holy oil, Psalm 89:21, oil of holy anointing, Exodus 30:25, and Yahweh's anointing, Leviticus 10:7. Again, in the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament, it states the oil being prepared according to prescription was sprinkled on officials and their garments, but poured on the head of the high priest. Described as holy, its application to tabernacle and its furnishing sanctified these. The setting apart of man and things to God's service is better understood and appreciated through the tangible symbol, in this instance, a fragrant oil. This is what you read in the botanical snapshot of Ugarit. This substance was used in fragrant oils. And so now let's get into other, Semitic is one of them, and Martin said I wasn't going to do that, but he didn't know I have this. Wolf Leslau, a comparative dictionary of Ge'ez. There is a word here on page 450, which is either named Okasimot, Okasimat, or Quasimot, and it means aromatic cane. Calamus reed, why doesn't it refer to anything like cannabis, Martin? Let's go to another one, Lexicon Syriacum by Garoro Brockelman. He mentions it too, Calamus. Or on page 689, Calamus, of course, Calamus scriptorius. Why doesn't he say anything that has to do with cannabis, Martin? Let's go on to page 93, where it mentions dulcis suavis. I bet you don't know what that means. And then let's go down to odoribus imbutus. This is all referring to a sweet, fragrant smell. Nothing to do with cannabis, because cannabis does not naturally smell sweet. It has an acrid odor according to the science. Within the framework of Qanah Basham, the highlighted passage of 93 of Lexicon Syriacum elucidates that the Syriac term, plausibly a cognate or transitional counterpart to the Hebrew Qanah Basham, encompasses the meaning imbued with fragrances or perfumed, as evidenced by this etbayal form supported by the citation Jod EV 2:33:18. This interpretation harmonizes seamlessly with the biblical depiction of Qanah Basham as a fragrant constituent, thereby reinforcing its significant role in rituals that feature aromatic substances, far removed from anything psychoactive within the context of Exodus 30:23. And so again, in the Theological Word Book of the Old Testament, it states this: its cognates in Aramaic and Akkadian, like Martin brought up, mean be sweet, be pleasant. Boshem usually means spice, but when used with a particular spice is sweet. In Exodus 30:23 and 25, where the ingredients of the holy anointing oil are given, KJV has sweet cinnamon and sweet calamus. GB identifies the Cinnamon Basham or the Qanah Basham as fragrant pure calamus or cinnamon and calamus odoratus of the Greeks and Romans, respectively. So now, the Hebrew Qanah contains the consonants kaf, nun, and head. I'm just doing it how I understand it, with quaf articulated as a deep uvular stop, unlike the vela k in the Greek cannabis. And the Greek cannabis, the root of the modern term, likely comes from Scythian or Thracian sources, unrelated to Semitic phonology. Now, Ashkenazi Hebrew conflated quaf and kaf centuries later, but this phonetic evolution occurred far after the biblical era. Thus, the perceived similarity is anachronistic and insufficient to establish a linguistic connection. And so the term Qanah shares cognates across Semitic languages such as Akkadian Qanu, meaning reed or stalk-like plant. He's not going to find any Assyrian dictionary which is going to say that it is indeed cannabis. He's not going to be able to do that. In contrast, cannabis stems from an Indo-European lineage with roots in Thracian or Scythian dialects per Beeks. So now let's go to this one, because I know Martin, I have a screenshot where he shared something from Wikipedia, because pseudos like to quote Wikipedia so easily. This was in one of his sources, so I took the liberty of actually downloading the actual dictionary, the lexicon, and it's the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. And look what it reads here in Qanah: reed, measuring rod, a measure of length. This is exactly relative to the same word used in the Hebrew. Has nothing to do with cannabis, Martin. But you wanted to bring up the Assyrians, right? This has nothing to do with cannabis, Martin. Then on page 88, look what it says: a fragrant reed and other aromatic substances as ingredient of perfume. Hey, Martin, can you tell me any time cannabis was used in perfumes? I'll wait. You can't do that. So then now let's go again to the Assyrian Dictionary, page 88, where it says Kanu tabu, sweet reed, 1 talent of sweet reed, an ingredient in recipes. Like, come on, Martin. It doesn't say anything about cannabis. The Assyrian Dictionary, the Assyrians that you mentioned, a very dictionary here does not mention anything about cannabis. Nice try. I don't know why you mentioned them when you didn't even pull up an Assyrian dictionary. You lost. You already got cut here. So now, this is another very good book here, an Encyclopedia of Assyriology and Near Eastern Archaeology on page 104. As you can see here, that's a German translation. I don't speak German, so I had to go and try to translate it as best as I could, and it's on the next page. It says hemp can only be identified in Mesopotamia from a late period onward. However, it was apparently widely cultivated in the Hellenistic period as it was very inexpensive. It likely only became known around the middle of the first millennia BC, at about the same time it reached Greece. So far, there is no successful identification of Indian hemp seeds in earlier periods. The proposal by W.F. Albright to interpret martakal and mastakal as hashish has not held up, nor has the identification, 2 minutes, I bet, identification with the plant azalu, the same one that Martin mentioned. Yeah, nice try, Martin. It is always the entire plant, not the psychoactive seed alone, that is named. Therefore, azalu that Martin mentioned is also unlikely to refer to hemp or hashish. Nice try, Martin. You need to stop being pseudo. Stop just copying and pasting things off the internet that you see. Actually get books and read, Martin. So the key points to consider: cannabis is not attested in early Assyrian or Babylonian text. RLA does not equate any known Akkadian plant term with cannabis, not azalu, not martakal, not gunabu, which I will show in the third round. Even commonly proposed identifications have been rejected by leading scholars. Cannabis' appearance in Mesopotamia was late Hellenistic and not foundational to ancient Assyrian rituals or anointing practices. And so again, in Theophrastus' Inquiry into Plants, we see here again, now this is talking about used for perfumes. And I wonder, Martin, why is cassia, cinnamon, spikenard, and myrrh all ingredients that we see in Exodus 30:23, whether it be in the altar of incense or the anointing oil, why are they all mentioned in the same source next to calamus? I mean, Theophrastus, if it was cannabis, he should have mentioned it. Same thing with Philo, same thing with what was his name? Pliny. Same thing with other people. Why is it mentioning calamus instead of cannabis? Where's this cannabis at? Can you show us any trade routes, anything that traded with cannabis the same way they did with calamus, Martin? I doubt you can. So now, when you look at the related Semitic languages, Ge'ez, Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, and Arabic, they all refer to the same thing right here. Not a single one is going to say cannabis. Not a single lexicon in any of these languages is going to show you anything that says cannabis. And so you could see here, according to Pliny, Theophrastus, they support that commands the oil be anointed, confirming a tactile consecration, not a psychoactive ritual. Calamus aligns with the sacred purpose. Cannabis does not. Context, language, and function all prove that, Mary Jane is not in the Torah and Qanah Basham is not cannabis, Martin. Nice try. You said I got 2 minutes, right? Or 1 minute, I guess now?
Time.
All right. All praises to you. How I can't wait for the third round.
All right. Martin, he was coming in and out. We're gonna see Martin gonna pop back up.
He's still coming in and out. Hey, he's probably getting information from somebody right now. Yep, getting information from somebody right now to help him. I guarantee that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. See, but he said I wasn't gonna go into any related languages to Hebrew. Oh, okay, okay. We'll see in the third round, Martin.
Hey, we got let me read some of these. We're going into this my boy Martin about the bottom of the second. Um hey man, they coming for both heads, man. I'm seeing Misery saying one side ain't got no sources. One side, man, got Chris Bennett in the building. He says, Super Wavy, have me on if you want to understand how Qanah is cannabis with Taylor Rod. Happy to go over it. All right, Asher says, what does pure read mean? Let me see. Yeah, man, we got everybody in the building, man. Everybody in the goddamn building. I'm confused. I'm confused how Martin is gone right now. I ain't gonna lie. Maybe
I'm telling you, he's trying to get sources from somebody right now, bro. That's what he's doing. He's acting like his phone is messed up and all of this and that, which is cool. It's okay. I just know I don't do that. I don't need help because I do actual research in actual books. I don't take information from cannabis advocates, which is kind of weird to me, but that's Martin.
I'm so confused, man. I'm confused. This supposed to be you supposed to. How long you been waiting to do this, man? Asher's Orchard says, and God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which of the fruit of the yielding seed to you it shall be.
Yeah, that doesn't prove Qanah Basham or Qanah Basham is cannabis. So I don't know what you're doing. That just means what it means. Nice try.
Chris Bennett says none of Wick's sources came after Telluride, so these people never even knew about it or addressed it. They had no word for cannabis even. How you feel about that?
Yeah, of course they don't have a word for cannabis because the cannabis is not in Exodus 30:23 and Qanah Basham is not cannabis. So of course they don't have a word for it. What you talking about?
Okay. Asher's Orchard says, what does pure read mean?
Listen, I'm not gonna answer any more questions. We're in a debate right now. Nice try.
Okay. All right, we got Martin. We got Martin back. Hey, Martin, it's
I still can't get on this fucking tablet shit. I'm
it's the
all
bottom of the
stressed up.
second.
You talking all this trash.
It's the bottom of the second. You ready?
And yo, you wanted the
You might as well forfeit.
what was that shit that I just had for you right here?
You heard me, Martin? Martin, you there? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the hell Martin got going on, man. I'm confused. I swear to God on my mom. Yeah, we at the halftime point as far
Hey,
as the bottom.
all I'm saying is he said I wasn't gonna show related languages to Hebrew, but I did that. I even went to the same Assyrian lexicon that he had a screenshot of or posted on Facebook, which he quoted from Wikipedia, but didn't bother to actually look in the actual source. He just did a screenshot. That's all he did.
See, Martin, you can't say the program is kicking you out when this right here is going on. So right now you want to hold that tab game. That's why your screen look like this. You can't complain the programmer's kicking you out when you're not even on the tab of the program. Come on.
All right, bro. Listen, so you can see what's going on. I got the slides on the phone that I'm on right now. I had to communicate and get on my cell phone because I heard him talking all that trash, all right? I'm over here trying to put it on this one so I could get the slides on the TV. All the slides that I need to provide. You know what I mean? So I mean I'm here. I got both of them with me. I got the tablet. So I'm about to get on in this. Hopefully it'll let me on. But as you see, it's acting a fool right here. I tried to get the internet tethering from my phone, so I don't have to go off my mom's internet.
Somebody's getting cooked.
I don't know. I think you're the one that's getting cooked because you came out with the Geese translation that was translated from the Greek. So a Amalekite translated from a Greek into an Ethiopian text, and then you're gonna go off that Ethiopian text like it's some big deal. You didn't go into any Semitic language,
Martin.
ancient
Hey,
Semitic
Martin.
language.
Ge'ez is related to Hebrew.
You didn't go into nothing.
Hey,
You didn't go into
Martin.
Akkadian.
Hold
What you
up,
go into
Jeremiah.
Akkadian?
Hey, Martin. Yo, camp, yo. It's like you had your mic was muffled right there.
Yeah, Mike is messed up too. Shit, everything goes bad,
Nah,
right?
your mic
Hey.
good. It's good now, but when you was
It's that witchcraft that he be fucking with, yo.
Nah, I don't do no
That
witchcraft.
devil
Sorry.
shit, devil magic.
Jeremiah, mute your mic. Jeremiah, mute your mic for me.
All right.
Hey, the way you had your mic set up, it was messed up. But now I think it's good. But all right, you ready for me to start your time?
Nah, I need a second, brother. I need a second. Let me put the internet from my phone onto this tablet. That way I don't have to go off on the house internet. Cause I don't know what's funky with the house internet. I've been having bad problems all day with this shit. So take 1 second. Internet Wi-Fi. Searching for networks.
Shout out Bantu, man. Shout out Bantu. My boy Martin, man. They must be having a storm going on in Florida or something right now. I think they have a storm going on.
Oh man. Hey, real quick, I know I just want to say Ge'ez is a Semitic language and it's related to Hebrew. There's no way to say it's not. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, damn. Shout out to Heavy Hitters Debate League. Shout out to Uncle Shaka. Shout out to Uncle Shaka. All right, Martin, you back? Martin, you there? Hey, Martin, we really couldn't even see the TV anyway. So you really could just talk. You know what I'm saying? You hear me, Martin? You gotta come back to the tab, Martin. You gotta come back to the right tab. That's why you say kick you out, Martin, because you don't be on the right tab. Come back to the right tab, Martin.
And by the way, yeah, you know what? Never mind now. I'm just gonna go on mute. Never mind.
Hey, Martin, yeah? Come back over here, Martin. Get off Facebook. Come back over here. Martin, come back on this tab.
Getting back on this one, and now
Come back
I'm
on
gonna
this
get
tab.
on this
Hey,
one.
hey, Martin.
Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Martin.
I'm listening.
Hey,
I'm listening.
nobody can see your whole TV. So just do your 20 minutes and let's get to the third round and do your 20 minutes. Just speak, brother. We don't gotta
All
see
right.
nothing. Because you wasting time. You wasting time. We don't gotta see nothing. Just prove your point. I don't think you proved nothing in the debate yet. So don't worry about the TV. Don't worry about that. Just do your 20 minutes, talk to the people. We don't know what you're trying to say. Can
All
we
right.
start your second round, brother? Whatever you trying to show us, we don't want to see, all right?
All right.
Just talk your 20 minutes. You can be looking at something, but you don't gotta see it. You can cut your damn camera off. But let's do this. Let's do your second round. Let's get this shit over with. We're wasting time, all right?
All right. Sounds good, bro. Don't worry about it.
All right, come on. Let's start the time. Let's go.
We'll just wing it. We'll just wing it because we have an internet difficulty. So we're gonna start off with Torah portion. All right, we're gonna pull out the Book of Jubilees.
Hey, we can't. Hey,
Enoch,
Martin, we
actually.
can't hear you. Can you cut your mic up? You got your hand on your mic or something?
Nah, it's just my cell phone. It's iPhone 9. Let me see if I could put some headphones on. You want to see if my headphone
Nah,
works?
you good. I just cut you up. Go ahead. Let's start the time. Let's go.
All right, say no more. Chapter 30. You know, this is from the Book of Enoch. All right. In chapter 30 it says, "Beyond these, I went afar to the east, and I saw another place and a valley of water." All right. Hold on. Let's go to my camera. All right. Now we're gonna reverse the camera to the back camera. Allow. All right. Now we good. Now you can see chapter 30. "And beyond these, I went afar to east, and I saw another place, the valley full of water. And therein there was a tree, the color," and then it's got like a question mark right there, so you can't really see it, "of fragrant trees, such as the mastic." And I'm gonna show you in the actual Hebrew where it says Qanah Basham for that. And on this, because they got it as fragrant trees, you know, but it's really Qanah Basham. And on the side, fragrant cinnamon, and it says cinnamon over here, but I'm gonna show you that the Hebrew word for cinnamon is different than the one that they got. So they mistranslated that again terribly. And then I'm gonna show you also from the Book of Enoch, chapter 32. "And after these fragrant odors, I looked towards the north over the mountains, and I saw 7 full of choice nard and fragrant trees of cinnamon." Once again, it's the word right there is Qanah Basham. It is not cinnamon, because I'm going to show you the Hebrew word for cinnamon, and it's not cinnamon. All right. And that would be chapters 30 and chapter 32 in the Book of Enoch. So we're gonna pull it up in the Hebrew. Hebrew right here. For some reason, it's like my camera's flipped the wrong way, so everything is like reversed. Let me see if I can fix it. Extra camera. No. Back telephone camera. How about that one? Restart back telephone camera. X. Are you able to see anything or not?
It's blurry.
It's blurry. Let me clean it. Let's see. start device camera. Okay. Back camera.
All right. We see it.
Extra camera, presentations. Let me see presentation. Upload drive. No, that's not that.
All right, Martin, you ready?
Yeah, is the camera messing up or do you see it good?
Nah, you good. Come on. You good. Come on.
All right. The first word is Qanah. Let me put my glasses on.
You just clicked off. You just clicked up. All right, go ahead.
All right. So camera. All right. It says right here, Qanah Tabaya. That's good Qanah. All right. Tabaya Qanah. Die. Bashama. So a lot. Die. Enough. Bashama. So Qanah Bashama. That's Qanah Basham. All right. We used to throw Y's and everything. Right here it says Qanam Bashama. Once again, Qanah Basham. Qanam Basham. Usually when you have like Qanah Basham and you got an M on the back of the word, it just basically means it's like plural, a lot of it. You know what I mean? And that's a reference to Qanah Basham in the ancient Hebrew manuscripts, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and that's the book of Enoch. So you know Enoch is one of our patriarchs. You know what I mean? One of the very first. Yahweh showed him everything. And in the book of Jubilees, it says that Hebrew is the language of creation. So that's why Qanah Basham, sounds so much like cannabis, because it came before. It's the language of creation. All the languages come from Hebrew. Even though, like, they'll tell you, oh, this language is older than that language, or that language is older than this language. Listen, it goes like this. Jeremiah is going to tell you a bunch of bull crap. He's going to tell you, look, it's Calamus. But it's not Calamus, because Calamus was local. And all the Torah verses, they say that this was imported. This is a choice spice. Choice spices. Marijuana was considered a spice. It was on the Silk Road, it was imported spices. It was only given to kings and priests, And once again, I'm gonna go. This debate is not about showing what's on the altar or what is in the place of Levi, the things that he needs to see. Me or Jeremiah, we're not Levites, so we shouldn't be going into the temple talking about that stuff. But as far as what's in the Torah, all the definitions, all the times that Qanah Basham is listed in the Torah, we could go into that right now. The only problem is I got all those verses in my phone right now, so you're gonna have to bear with me. And it says, Yahweh instructed us to anoint the ark of the covenant, the tabernacle, the incense altar, the kings, the priests. Isaiah 43:24. You have not bought me, Qanah Basham. Yahweh's upset. You didn't bring it. He brought up the fact that dung was used. Dung was a heating source, an energy source since ancient days. He's too stupid to understand that. He's like, oh, defecation. No, Yahweh instructed one of our prophets to use cow dung for his bread, to make his bread. So I'm going to pull that up also. I had all these notes, round 3 is I'm going to have to go off the head. because of the fact that all my notes are on my phone, and you know, I was gonna use it to put it on the big screen. So now I gotta go back and forth. But it's all good. We have to disprove everything homeboy said. He never was able to show us any archaeological proof of calamus being used in any of the temples. You know, all we see is the fact that we have cannabis in all the temple shrines. You know, I tried not to mention the sign at the site of a rock. You know what I mean? But there's really no reason not to talk about it. You know, it was one of the ancient sites that Israel used to sacrifice to Yahweh, and also in ancient times, it's no secret that the kingdom of Israel, they went astray after the ways of the other nations. You know, they started you know, worshiping Asherah, you know, the goddess of fertility, you know, an Assyrian goddess. These are all the goddesses and gods that they were worshiping in Babylon. That Yahweh told us to stop doing that, and eventually Hezekiah cut that off with the reforms of Josiah and Hezekiah. And as far as did we used to burn Qanah Basham inside the temple, yes, it was spoken about in the Torah. It states in many places in the Torah that they burned Qanah Basham, even to other gods, you know, in the temple. You know, as far as an offering being defiled because they use cow dung as a fuel source, that's just ridiculous. And the fact that they use Qanah Basham, you know, it's no secret that the aroma was pleasing to the gods. A lot of my references, you know, they came from the Kahan of Yasharal, Qanah Lawa, the instructor of the Yachad, and he told us 6 years ago that Qanah Basham was cannabis, and you know that it's a right to smoke. And he went in and he showed us where it was located, you know. And with this debate, I was able to find all the other places in the Torah where it speaks about it. And I'm gonna pull them up right now so I can read it to you. Because if you take all these verses and you put them in order, you can clearly see that Yahweh was talking about marijuana, cannabis. He's not talking about calamus. You know, like I told you before, if you take all the ingredients of Exodus 30:23 and you put them together in a potion, like, you're gonna get sick if you put calamus in there. You're gonna get very sick. You know, it's toxic. You're gonna get really sick. But if you put marijuana, you put cannabis in that, you're gonna get a healing potion. You know, and everybody knows that when you go to the dispensary, you know, you can get like lotion to heal your skin or heal yourself, cannabis, because this is Qanah Basham. I have a bunch of ancient, you know, he says he brought out the ancient language of the Ease. But yeah, all he did was read a translation, the bad translation from Greek onto Ethiopian. You know what I mean? So you translated calamus into Ethiopian. Good job, everybody. Let's give a round of applause for the dumbass. Good job. Good job for you. All right, now we're gonna actually read some languages, some ancient languages that cannabis actually, you know, the words in those languages. In Ugarit cuneiform, kunab, cannabis is known as cunible. In Armenian, it's called kanap. In Albanian, it's called kanep. In Greek, look at this. In Greek, it's called cannabis. Sounds like Qanah Basham or cannabis. Does it sound like cannabis? Yeah, because it is. It's cannabis. In Russian, konoplesia. Yeah, that don't sound like it. In Persian, in Qanah, you know, that Persian is pretty close. It's Shemitic. Lithuania, it's Cannabis. In Aramaic, it's Qanah. They say in the Syriac, like they say cannabis was likely borrowed from the Syriac cannabis, you know, because it's kunapa, but like I stated before, Al-Barai is the language of creation according to Jubilees. So that means they got it from us, not the other way around. Qanpa can also be translated as ropes of hemp. In some texts, there's also a term called tanuma, also found in the comprehensive Aramaic lexicon. In Hebrew, the Hebrew word panag is also seen to be cannabis. Yeah, we were the Asiatics. We were the Sha'amau, the Amau, also known as the Amu and the Shamu, and the Hyksos and the Shazu. We the Asiatics. So we gotta know what the Asiatics called cannabis. That's why I pulled up all these different names of cannabis in all these other languages. Not bad for a guy that's going off the top, right? Not bad. All right. Genesis 1:29. Let's go to Genesis 1:29. Genesis 1:29. Right there. Why not? Let's go real quick to it. Now, it's Genesis 1:29 is basically to show you that Yahweh gave us 1:29. 25, 27, 28. All right, here we go. He says, God said, and over here, Waya Amar Alahayim. Alahayim is what they got for God. God said, see, I give you every seed-bearing plant that is upon the earth, and every tree that had seed-bearing fruit, they shall be yours for food. So, you know, we could even eat that, but like, you know, if you eat cannabis, you're going to be sick. I'm telling you, man. It's toxic. It's not good for you. And it's grown in marshes. It's not something that that has to be imparted. As it says in the Torah, the Qanah Basham was imported. Let me pull that up for you right now.
You there, Martin? Martin, you there? Martin, you there?
Yeah, I'm access. See me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, come on,
I
let's
feel
go.
you good. Almost everything I said to you. Yeah, I'm here, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, come on, let's go. Every time you click off the tab, brother, you have technical difficulties. So I need you to stay here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we here. How much more time I got?
You got 3 minutes. Three
3
minutes.
All right. 3 minutes. I got no sources. I can't use my phone. Shit crazy. Shit crazy. All right. Well, let's go up the head again. Basically, bigging up my sources. For example, Chris Bennett, one of my biggest sources. He's been looking up Qanah Basham cannabis for almost 30 years, and he was saying it was cannabis before the discoveries of Telerad were even made. Those discoveries came in like 2000, 2004, 2002, or something like that. So imagine for 30 years, you're getting ridiculed, getting laughed at because you're telling everybody, yo, there's marijuana. The ancients were smoking marijuana. The ancients were burning marijuana in the temple, excuse me, you know, and you're getting laughed at for all those years. You're bringing up, you know, all your sources from back in the day, from back in the early 1900s, like Sula Bennett, the OG. She was first to talk about, you know, Qanah Basham being cannabis and bringing up all the verses in the Torah. And for a long time, the academic community was avoiding these conversations. You know what I mean? But now, you know, they have to answer to all of this, you know, cannabis being found at the ancient sites. And once again, Calamus is found nowhere. So, you know, he's going to tell you that this is Calamus. But why was it not found anywhere? You know, it's in the marshes. Yeah. It was a mistranslation. The proper translation for Qanah Basham is cannabis. That's proper. That's all the way back to the ancient Shemitic manuscripts. That's what it was called in all the Shemitic languages, dating back to ancient time. That's what all the teachers of Israel have been teaching for the last 12 years. For 12 years, you've been hearing that Qanah Basham is cannabis from the Kahan and from Judah Natzarah and from all everybody that Yahweh has raised up to teach the Hebrew community, you know? And you want to go against all the teachers. That means you're going against the Hebrew community and you're going against Yahweh. If you're over there thinking that this is Calamus, you know, and you're thinking that, you know, oh, we didn't used to burn it to the God because you know, marijuana gets you high. That's who said that? That's something that was just talked about recently, like in the late 1900s. They were talking about the devil's lettuce, like in the 1980s, something like that. Recent 1956 maybe. You know, nothing is that's not ancient time. They're just trying to hide it. They're trying to hide something that's gonna heal you, so that you can put something that's gonna make you sick in there. Jeremiah is trying to make a bunch of people sick. He's trying to lead people off, when the reality is Qanah Basham is cannabis. And I showed you all the information. I showed you in the Torah. I showed you ancient manuscripts. I showed you scientific facts.
Time. All right. Hey, man. Hold up real quick, Jeremiah. Hold up. Hey, we going in around. Hold up, Jeremiah, mute your mic. Hold up real quick. Hey, we going in round 3. He is going in round 3. Hey, man, say, man, like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. We sorry for the technical difficulties. We are sorry for the technical difficulties. Jeremiah, I appreciate your patience. All right, Jeremiah, let's get this money.
All right, while I'm trying to share my screen, I just want to say he's pulling the false equivalence fallacy, because he argues that because no Calamus was found altar at a Judah, that must therefore mean Qanah Basham cannot be Calamus. But what he's doing is trying to deflect the lack of archaeological evidence for Calamus in the temple by suggesting there's no archaeological evidence for Calamus, as if both are equally unproven. I'm trying to share my screen right now. Give me a second. And because Calamus was documented in ancient trade and ceremonial medicinal contexts and grows in the exact marshy environments noted in the Hebrew lexicons. But while I'm trying to share my screen, can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna just say this real quick. He brought up a bunch of languages that were not even Semitic, but he wants to say something about what I'm doing in bringing up Ge'ez, which is a known Semitic language. Russian is not Semitic. Lithuania is not Semitic. Albanian is not Semitic. So how are you going to tell me anything about Ge'ez when you're bringing up languages that are not even part of the Semitic language family? You are a contradiction, sir. Next, Genesis 1:29 does not equal Exodus 30:23. Nice try, Martin. And then he said Calamus was not imported. I literally read in the second round multiple sources that showed that Calamus was definitely imported. What are you talking about? You have not shown one source that showed cannabis was ever imported in anything. So do not talk to me about anything. And for you to bring up Chris Bennett, I predicted that in the premise round, bro. I literally said this is what you're going to do. And you did exactly what I said you were going to do. I told you, I predicted it. 100% accuracy. And then you said mistranslation, but we're going to get into that right now because you cannot show any academic source to prove there was ever a mistranslation. Only because Sula Bennett said it, that's why you believe it. That's appealing to ridicule, just like when you mentioned Chris Bennett. That's appealing to ridicule. No, not appealing to ridicule. I mean, appealing to authority. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You're appealing to authority. But anyways, so who is Sula Bennett, aka Sarah Benetoa? Sula Bennett, an anthropologist rather than a trained historical linguist, advanced claims about Qanah Basham based on superficial phonetic similarities to cannabis, but her argument lacks the methodological rigor required in comparative linguistics, especially across Semitic and Indo-European languages. There is no morphological, phonological, or etymological link between the Hebrew Qanah, which consistently means reed in Semitic usage, and any known Scythian or Indo-European term for cannabis. Her interpretation disregards both linguistic evidence and the established ritual context of the Hebrew terms. And so in this book, Cannabis and Culture by Vera Rubin, on page 40, we see this right here. In many translations of the Bible's original Hebrew, we find Qanah Basham variously and erroneously translated as calamus, an aromatic reed, a vague term. The error occurred in the oldest Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, in the 3rd century BC, where the terms Qanah and Qanah Basham were incorrectly translated as calamus, even though she didn't cite any proof, and neither did Martin cite any academic journal, any academic paper, any book to show and prove irrefutably that there was ever a mistranslation. That is what is called a lie. A lie is also a fallacy. You are outright lying. And what he was doing also was confirmation bias. That's also another fallacy. But he wants to talk about me bringing up Ge'ez when he brings up languages that aren't even Semitic at all. I don't understand that. Or I do understand that. I just don't get why he thought that that was a smart idea. But anyways, let's continue here. In the New Strong's Expanded Dictionary of Bible Words, which I know your leader has, Martin, there's a word here in 2563 called kalamos, right? It mentions how it's a reed. Qanah, and you see right here, right next to the white words Greek, it says Qanah among the various reeds in the Old Testament, the same as the Hebrew Qanah, the same thing referenced in Exodus 30:23. Nowhere is this ever referencing cannabis. So Sula Bennett argued that the term Qanah Basham in the Bible was wrongly translated as calamus and that it actually meant cannabis, but that claim hasn't held up in academic circles. Most biblical scholars agreed that Qanah means reed and Basham means fragrant, pointing to something like calamus or lemongrass, plants known for their sweet scent, not cannabis or any psychoactive effects, Martin. The translators of the Septuagint used the Greek word kalamos, meaning reed, because it fit the original Hebrew. So Bennett's theory hinges on how similar Qanah sounds to cannabis, just like Martin said, oh, because it sounds like this, because it sounds like that. But that connection doesn't follow the rules of Hebrew word formation or historical context. Her research was never peer-reviewed in biblical or linguistic journals and isn't accepted by mainstream scholarship. And so again, in the very same book here, we read that there is a feminine form for the masculine kalamos, and it's kalame, and it means a stalk or grain after the ears have been cut off. These things are both referencing the same thing. So if there was ever a mistranslation, now Martin's going to have to explain the feminine form kalame of the masculine kalamos. But he's not going to be able to do that. And now, a Greek English lexicon of the Septuagint. We see here on page 307 and 358, fragrant, cinnamon, and reed, ergo Exodus 30:23. On 358, we read reed, fragrant, Exodus 30:23, marsh of, and papyrus. We see that the word papyrus, or the word for papyrus in the Egyptian, is related to the same word for reed in the Hebrew. But Martin's over here telling me I'm bringing up Ge'ez is a problem when he brought up languages that aren't even Semitic themselves. So there was no peer-reviewed academic evidence supporting the claim that the Septuagint mistranslated Qanah or Qanah Basham as kalamos instead of cannabis. This theory promoted by Sula Bennett is based on phonetic similarity rather than linguistic, botanical, or historical analysis. In reality, kalamos was the correct Greek equivalent for reed, accurately reflecting the Hebrew Qanah as affirmed by major lexicons like the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon to the Old Testament that I know your leader has, Martin. And then we have the Theological Dictionary of the Old Testament and the Brown Driver Briggs, which I know your leader has, Martin, and he has it in his videos that you watch a lot. And by scholarly commentaries such as the Anchor Yale Bible and JPS Torah commentary. Cannabis is an Indo-European term that entered Greek centuries later and is etymologically unrelated. No serious academic journal in biblical studies, linguistics, or botany supports Bennett's claim, which remains a fringe scholarly credibility. So, in Semitic phonology, especially within Hebrew and its sister languages, the trilateral root system is foundational. Words are built around three consonant roots that carry core semantic meaning, while prefixes, vowels, and suffixes modify grammatical form. So the root Qanah appears consistently in Semitic lexicons with meanings tied to read, stock, acquire, or purchase, but never with connotations of psychoactive or narcotic substances. This is not something that is incidental because Semitic roots preserve semantic integrity across linguistic branches. Any term derived from Qanah would carry some conceptual link to the core meanings, not to cannabis or any mind-altering plant. In 1 second, here we go. So Sula Bennett, in asserting that Qanah Basham refers to cannabis, bypasses this linguistic law because she treats the root like a modern homonym, importing meaning based on speculative etymology rather than internal Semitic structure. And this is classified as a methodological error. So by projecting modern cannabis terminology onto an ancient Semitic term, she ignored the rigorous phonological hierarchy that defines Semitic language development, because words did not evolve arbitrarily or metaphorically without root-based continuity. And so Bennett's argument commits a critical philological fallacy. She lifts the surface appearance of the word Qanah and overlays it with an external anachronistic meaning. But within the discipline framework of Semitic phonology, this is invalid. Any credible identification of Qanah Basham must align with the historical roots meaning, usage, and lexical development. Psychoactive properties are never among them, and to ignore this is to dismantle the very structure of Semitic linguistics and undermine the legitimacy of the argument itself. So in this book, I forgot to translate the title of the book, but you can see it's by Bruno Meissner, and this is the German translation up top, and this is the English translation on bottom on page 84. And he says, many kinds of pleasant fragrances, especially cedar and cypress perfume, fragrant reed, which is calamus, myrtle, myrrh, and hemp, which he does mention, and many others delighted the heart of the gods as well as that of men. But check this out. He is making a distinction, right? He is making a distinction between fragrant reed and hemp, meaning they are not the same thing. And fragrant reed is the exact same thing that is mentioned in Exodus 30:23. And this is one of the best books that you can get on this topic in this particular one. He is making a distinction between fragrant reed and hemp. Like I said, they are not the same. Qanah Basham is not cannabis at all, not once. Martin said I didn't show archaeology. I brought up the archaeology in the very first round. You must have had your volume turned down because you didn't want to hear it. That's why you're saying that. But anyways, now let's bring up another Semitic language, Martin. This is a compendious Syriac dictionary founded upon the Thesaurus Syriacus of R. Payne Smith. And guess what he mentions here in page 49? Sweet spices, ointment, perfume, sweet odor, incense, to burn incense, vapor of incense, sweet calamus. But why doesn't any Semitic dictionary or lexicon say calamus? Are you going to tell me that the Greek word was mistranslated as calamus instead of cannabis, but every other Semitic lexicon and language never did that, Martin? You know how dumb you sound? But you want to insult me, right? Come on now. And then on page 510, we see a cane, a reed, rope of twisted rushes, aromatic cane, sweet calamus. Let's go to another one, a dictionary of modern written Arabic, edited by John Milton Cohen, or Hans Werb, that's his name. That's a German. I can't pronounce that thing right. But anyways, it states here on page 766, or on 620, then 766, it mentions sweet smelling, fragrant, aromatic, sweet smelling, fragrant. And then on page 766, it mentions cane, reeds, and it's comparing it to a sugar cane in a different context. So when you talk about Semitic languages, you're not even bringing up Semitic lexicons, Martin. You're not even bringing up any source to substantiate that what you're saying. Not a single Semitic lexicon, not one. But I brought up what, 5, 6, 7 of them already? You didn't bring up one. So now, a dictionary of Jewish Babylonian Aramaic on page 1076, we see by Michael Sokoloff. It means sweet smelling, aromatic. Why doesn't any Semitic lexicon define this Qanah Basham or Qanah Basham as cannabis, Martin? You're going to need to answer that. What are you going to say? They all mistranslated it? You're not going to find proof for that. Let's go to this another page on this in the same book. It means cane, a reed, rod, measuring, which is the exact same as the Hebrew in the Jacinius Hebrew Chaldee lexicon to the Old Testament and the Brown Driver Briggs. But notice Martin didn't bring up any one of those to substantiate his claims because it's not going to help him. But check this out. Your teacher was one who used to cut down reeds in the marshes. This is exactly what you read in Theophrastus. This is exactly what you read in H7070 for the Jacinius Hebrew and Chaldee lexicon to the Old Testament that Martin didn't even bother to bring up. Didn't try to read from it. I told you he was going to go to first Enoch 32:6, right? Exactly. I predicted it in the premise round. He didn't even realize it. Got put in a Tsukiyomi. So now we see here in a dictionary of the Targum, the Talmud Babli, and Yerushalmi, and the Midrashic literature by Marcus Jastrow, we see here a fragrant root. This is still relative to the other Semitic lexicons that I brought up. It's relative to the Jacinius Hebrew, to the Brown Driver Briggs. All of them are referring to the same thing. The question is, if this was cannabis, why doesn't any lexicon refer to that? Is everybody trying to tell me that everything was mistranslated because Sula Bennett said it without actually showing proof for it? Even though the Greeks were closer to the time of the supposed calamus and cannabis and knew exactly what they were looking at, are you going to tell me that they did not know what they were looking at? This is crazy. And so in the Latin dictionary, because we know Latin was one of the languages that the Torah or the Bible was originally written in, the Latin Vulgate is one of the earliest. Check what it means here on page 776, Venus balsama. And we know the term 7070, H7070, mentions balsam. And it's related. And it mentioned this in a different context, but it tells you that it's the exact same thing. Sweet smelling. So let's see here, sweet scented fragrant. We see again on page 776, it means fragro, to emit a smell, to emit fragrance, to reek of a pleasant odor. Then we see on page 841, harundo or arundo, and it means the reed, cane, taller than Qanah, gulmis, calamus. The funny thing is, even in Latin, it's not referring to what you want it to, Martin. Sorry, not sorry. And so now, let's expose Martin for being a pseudo. See, he went to the Wiktionary.org and he brought this right here, Kunabu, in the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. He didn't even bother to actually download the PDF and look for this actual word, but I did though. So I'm going to show you exactly the page that this is being referred to. And then I'm going to show you a relevant portion of the very same article that he brought up that he didn't even bother to read. And so again, he brought this up. In Neo-Assyrian Akkadian, cannabis was known as Kunabu. But this is crazy because he's not even going to notice. He didn't even bother to download the PDF. But real quick, from the same article, it states this: Semitic anthropologist Sula Bennett of the Institute of Anthropological Sciences in Warsaw has indicated the origin to be the Hebrew word Qanah Basham. Bennett, also known as Sarah is quoted saying right here, the astonishing resemblance between the Semitic Qanbos and the Scythian cannabis led me to suppose that the Scythian word was of Semitic origin. These etymological discussions run parallel to arguments drawn from history. That's like appealing to history. That's another fallacy. The Iranian Scythians were probably related to the Medes, who were neighbors of the Semites and could easily have assimilated the word hemp. But check this out. In the next portion of the very same article, it says this: Bennett's earlier theory of a Semitic origin for cannabis was never widely accepted. Meaning what she said was never widely accepted amongst scholars. But check this out. In the next highlighted portion, it says this substance was used for witchcraft, which is crazy. So now we see here in a concise dictionary of Akkadian, it mentions, oh, dang, what'd I do? A concise dictionary of Akkadian, it mentions hemp, but it also says Old Akkadian with a question mark, which indicates something I'm going to show you in the next slide. It basically tells you that this hemp is the gloss. This is a tentative identification, not a botanical classification. Now, I can't pronounce that word there. I don't speak Akkadian, so I'm just going by what I see in the dictionaries. It says that this term here refers to aromatic substances, which often included incense, oils, spices, and resins. The presence of kunabu in the category means it was aromatic, not necessarily narcotic or psychoactive. The question mark after the OAKK already signals uncertainty about early usage. Then, the dictionary does not equate kunabu with cannabis sativa definitively, nor does it elaborate on psychoactive properties. So when you read this, it's not telling you that kunabu is directly related to the word hemp. It's exercising precautions. So now, let's go to the actual dictionary that Martin decided to screenshot off of Wikipedia or Wiktionary, but didn't even decide to go into the actual dictionary. I hope you're listening, Martin. This is what you quoted, but didn't bother to actually look at it. So this is the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago. And it states this: kunabu, an aromatic, various aromatics, and kunubu, among items for a ritual. Now at the bottom where it says here, in underline, highlighted in red, it says possibly the seed or flower of hemp. Possibly. Do you know what the word possibly means, Martin? It means it could be, but it's not a definitive fact. So the entry for kunabu on page 306 of the Assyrian Dictionary of the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago does cautiously associate kunabu with cannabis, but with important caveats worth breaking down. So the Chicago Assyrian Dictionary on page 306 provides the lexical entry for kunabu as a noun denoting an aromatic and adds that it is possibly the seed or flower of hemp.
2 minutes.
Notably, the edit 2 minutes. All right, cool. Notably, the editors do not assert this identification with certainty, and the use of the qualifier possibly signals scholarly caution and reflects the absence of definitive philological or archaeological consensus. So rather than affirming that kunabu is cannabis, the Chicago Assyrian Dictionary acknowledges it as one of several plausible interpretations grounded in contextual ambiguity and the complexities of ancient lexical transmission. So let's go here real quick. See him again. We're exposing Martin today. He said there was no way that you can inhale all that Qanah Basham and not get high. He says, so they inhaled the holy anointing oil, even though in Exodus 30, you do not see where they ever burned the holy anointing oil in the sense that like they did the ingredients for the altar of incense. You don't see it. So he's lying here. But let's continue. So in Exodus 30, 22, 25, on the underlined portion, it states, a perfume compounded after the art of the perfumer. In simpler terms, a perfumer compounded after the art of the perfumer means the anointing oil had to be created by an expert craftsman who understood the science of blending fragrances. The preparation had to follow technical standards, precise recipes, and correct sequencing and professional perfumery skills. Nowhere in here are you going to find where cannabis was ever included in the holy anointing oil in the exact same way that this is saying. So again, we see here, no burning, no smoking, no inhaling, no combustion mentioned. So this, I'm not even going to get into that. I only got 2 minutes. So let me go here real quick. Let's see here. So this is from what homie Chris Bennett Christ, Martin's savior, decided to screenshot, and Martin showed this way earlier in the debate, and I knew he was going to do that. So I predicted this already. I didn't mention it, but I knew he was going to bring this up. But however, when you actually look at the actual book, the actual quotation, because I have the actual screenshot from the actual PDF. I have the actual PDF of this exact book, The Living Torah. I have it by Aria Kaplan, and it's right here. So I know it's a little bit blurry. I tried to make it as HD as I could, but it states here in the yellow highlighted portion on the basis. Say what time?
Go ahead. Finish the sentence. Finish the sentence.
Yeah. Let me just finish the sentence. It says, on the basis of cognate pronunciation and Septuagint readings, some identify Basham or Basham with the English and Greek cannabis, the hemp plant. It states some, meaning it's not a consensus, it's not a definitive fact. All praises to Yahweh. Martin just got exposed today. You suck.
All right. I guess my boy Martin.
Let me stop sharing.
I guess my boy Martin got kicked out one more time. Gonna get Martin back up in here. Martin, where you at? Let me call him real quick. This is crazy, man. This is bonkers. Look like Martin.
Quite literally.
It looked like Martin was at the stove.
Yeah. He's making excuses.
Hey, it looked like Martin was at the stove and I had looked at his camera.
That's crazy. They say he's not really being professional. This is wild. So quite literally, everything that Martin mentioned, I said he was going to bring up in the premise round. Quite literally, you can go back and watch it. I mentioned it because I knew what he was going to do. And he lied, first of all. He pulled so many fallacies. It's just crazy at this point. But Martin got cooked. He got exposed. He thought he was going to win. He didn't. Sorry. You just failed your own group, Martin. Try next time. It's okay.
I waiting on Martin to come back in. I just gave him a phone call. Everybody, goddamn me, like, share, and subscribe. Who doing their thing, man? Who doing their thing? Y'all siding with Jeremiah Wick, or is y'all siding with Martin? You know what I'm saying? Martin having technical difficulties. We all been there, man. We all been there. We all been there, man. We all been there. Get Martin back up in here. Hey, we got a debate tomorrow too. So everybody, please understand we do have a debate tomorrow. Let me get that title down. Evolution, fact, or is evolution a scientific fact, or has it been debunked? We got that evolution tomorrow. Hey Roo and PJ Lion. All right, we waiting on Martin. Oh, he had a technical difficulty. Let me call him one more time. I at least want Martin to finish this third round. I at least want Martin to finish this third round. Yeah, I think Martin went to go get some more cigarillos. I think my boy Martin went to go get some more cigarillos. He seen me blazing them.
Where's the professionalism at, man? This is crazy. This is wild, bro. It's crazy. I don't know. He takes 45 minutes to even hop on the panel. Then he's doing this. This is crazy.
Yeah, it says internet pause. I don't know what the fuck, bro.
Your internet ain't working.
Pause. Waiting for Wi-Fi. Even my phone is not getting up no Wi-Fi right now. This is some good shit. Dismiss. Device settings.
Just click the link on this phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it again on my phone. That's it.
All right, we waiting on you.
You're on the tablet right now, bro.
All right, we waiting on you.
You're on the tablet.
Hey, you wasting time. Click the link. You wasting time. Click the link. Hold up real quick. All right. We is waiting. We is waiting on Martin. Hey man, we all have technical difficulties. You know what I'm saying? We all have those. So we're waiting on my boy Martin to get back up in here. Once again, Jeremiah, I appreciate you for your patience, bro. I appreciate you for your patience. You know what I'm saying?
It's good, bro. Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. It's all good.
We got the tour nights versus the Yachad. Goddamn me! See, it's going. I'm gonna have to give me a goddamn moderator up in here, a secondary, and a tertiary moderator. Because once I start putting them floodgates and these guys jump on the panel, hey man, we're gonna need double and three and third moderators here, man.
You shouldn't take away from the debate. So if anybody wants to, they can. I ain't gonna waste time on a lot of people. Martin got cooked. Obviously, everything he said I didn't bring up, I brought up anyways. He said I didn't bring up archaeology, brought that up. Show the timeline. It's all good. But yeah, they can if they want. Doesn't mean I'm gonna answer them.
Waiting on my boy Martin, man. Let me see something real quick.
Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. About the endocannabinoid receptors that he mentioned. I totally forgot to mention this earlier, and I had it down here. Let me see here. The human body also has opioid receptors, and we know that the endocannabinoid system exists independently of cannabis, and the body makes its own cannabinoids, i.e., anandamide and 2-AG, and many plants, cacao, echinacea, and black pepper interact with this system without being psychoactive. So having an endocannabinoid system or receptors doesn't mean anything. Sorry. That was dumb to even mention for Martin. Yeah. Martin got cooked. It is what it is. I told you what was going to happen. I brought up every Semitic lexicon available. None of them said cannabis, but everybody's still going to argue. It's in there. It's in there. Yeah, no, it's not. You're not going to show me trade routes like I showed with Calamus. Nice try. Martin said it wasn't imported. I literally brought up where it was an imported thing. It was traded as a commodity. Literally brought that up. He probably wasn't listening. Like I said, he probably had his volume down, which is okay because the way he was responding showed me that he wasn't even listening. But that just means he pulled the confirmation bias, only going at things that went against or went with what he was saying. However, he still didn't win. Sorry, not sorry.
All right, we just waiting. Just waiting for Martin. All right, there you go. All right, Martin, let's get this third round out the way. We can't hear you. Unmute your mic. You gotta unmute your mic. You there, Martin? You there? All right, Martin, you there? CD say bunch of mistranslation.
Why is Silky D talking? He got bodied by Jashub. He needs to be quiet.
Uh-oh. Goddamn, President. Mark, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Say, Sicky D say Martin went to the coach for a prep talk. He did something, man. Martin did something. His ass be coming in and out.
I'll tell you, bro. He probably went to get help.
Hey, Martin, we can't hear you. You probably got to come back in. We can't hear you.
Hey, shout out Suki D. I ain't got nothing against you. It's just funny.
Hey, you know, Sicky D gonna be your next debate, man.
Who? Suki D?
Yeah, y'all calling each other out in the last stream.
Oh yeah, man. That dude be just screenshotting random shit offline, bro. Like, come on now.
Hey, man, hold on. I don't think Mark can hear me. All right, Martin, you gotta come back in. We can't hear you, gang.
Oh yeah, when the debate is over, if what's his name, Bennett, wants to do a show on this, he can do it. And you should let him do his own separate show. That way he can speak to his thing. Because if it goes on here, it's gonna interrupt the whole flow of the debate. So you should let the debate be how it is, and then do a separate show with Martin Savior, Chris Bennett Christ.
All right.
And then I'll pull up there, and then we could talk. Because because he also thinks he's correct when he's not.
All right, here go Martin right here. All right, Martin, you there?
Yo, I'm back.
Right,
Oh, praise Yahweh.
All right, come on. Let's start the third round. I'm starting your time now. Let's go.
All right. And I could use my phone for the third round. Let's do this. All right. This is the final round. We will go into in-depth on the linguistic and historical arguments. It says Sula Bennett's work, Polish anthropologist Sula Bennett is a key figure in this area of research. Her doctoral thesis, Hashish and Folk Customs and Beliefs, in 1936, and subsequent research suggesting that the biblical term Qanah Basham means aromatic cane. It was mistranslated and originally referred to cannabis. You might seek out her writings to understand her arguments and evidence that she presented. An unholy brew. Let me see. For a more in-depth discussion of linguistic arguments connecting Qanah Basham, we can explore the following academic resources. All right, we'll go to let me read this. Rare spices, incenses, and herbs were commodities for trade on the ancient spice trail, and not always being available readily, such as things like water or wheat, which generally have low.
All right. I'm gonna wait on him to get back.
Hey, I'm gonna go get something to drink.
There you go.
All right. It says trade on the ancient spice trail and not always being available locally, such as things like water or wheat, which generally have local dialect names. More precious items had to be retained. The four.
Oh, damn. Let's fill up again. All right, waiting on Martin. I'm trying to think what happened. Maybe my boy was guessing you was reading off your phone. Let me see. Oh, we got Uncle Sid in the building. Man, these dudes need to learn how to present. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Martin definitely needs to learn how to present. Doesn't even have a PowerPoint. Yeah, so I agree.
Uncle Sid, man, this motherfucker been dragging. I think my boy Martin go.
Ancient trade routes not only took account for the spread of Qanah Basham cannabis, variations of its name, but because storytellers often accompanied the caravans that followed.
Oh, man, let me call him, man.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna keep coming on if I get kicked off. I'm gonna get back on.
All right.
All right. They also account for many of the similarities in religious myth that occurred during the ancient world. It's here in Mesopotamia that the Genesis tale of Eden is thought to have originated. Historians and mythologists point out to the myths of the crafty god known various.
Do 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 do.
Jeremiah, you out of control. Man, my boy fell off the knee.
Yeah.
Let's see. Come on, Martin. Goddamn, this prime time. All right, man. Hey, Jeremiah, man, my bad, man. I
Nah, you good? I'm chilling.
I can't tell you what the hell Martin got going on right now. All right, there go Martin.
No more. I finally connected my tablet to my phone. So it's a wrap, yo. We on now.
All right,
All right.
You got 17 minutes.
All right, let's go. It says, since my English dictionary related the etymology far back to Sumerian origin, I Googled with Qanah and found this article. In 1980, the Hebrew University in Israel confirmed Sula Bennett's identification of Qanah Basham as hemp. Modern Hebrew English dictionary has cannabis as hemp. And there's a website that says Cannabis in Exodus 30, 22 and 23, an ingredient of anointing oil is hemp. And that cannabis is a derivative from cannabis, as I said before. Is it true that the occurrence of cannabis in the OT or the Torah is a hemp plant? I think so. Traditionally, translations from the LXX down to the modern translation have it as calamus. It is not. Why is it used for hemp in modern Hebrew? Can you answer that? The etymology of Qanah is biblical Hebrew, translates it to aromatic reed or scented reed. It's a compound word, Qanah, meaning reed. Let me get my glasses. All right. Qanah meaning reed or balsam meaning aromatic or fragrant. The term is found in the Hebrew Bible, particularly in Exodus 30, 23 through 24, where it is used in the context as holy oil used to anoint the Ark of the Covenant and Tabernacle. Wow. This is a debate about the specific plant this term refers to. Common interpretation are incorrect. While there's a debate about which specific plant this term refers to, common interpretations include cannabis. Some scholars believe Qanah Basham refers to cannabis. Some say lemongrass. Others suggest calamus. It's also proposed that Qanah Basham would be sweet cane, which is another possibility that it is not. In Isaiah 43:24, God rebukes Israel for not providing him with sweet cane, fragrant spices, implying their lack of genuine love and devotion. In Isaiah 43:24, where uses the phrase sweet cane or fragrant cane to highlight the Israelites' failure to provide adequate and pleasing offerings to God. God is not necessarily mad in a sense of human outbursts, but rather expressing disapproval or frustration with the lack of devotion and obedience. The phrase sweet cane is a play on words in Hebrew suggesting that they didn't even buy him fragrant cane used as incense, used in the incense altar. That was part of the ritual worship all along the ancient lands. Here, ancient Shemitic lands. Excuse me. Here's a more detailed explanation. All right, I'm gonna use this one. God's disappointment. Isaiah 43:24 expresses the Israelites had not bothered. Okay, broader context. No, we won't go through that. What is sweet smelling cane in the Torah? Yahweh, through his prophet Isaiah 43:24, reproved the sinful Israelites for having brought Qanah to his temple service and no sweet cannabis or Qanah Basham. For the first time, God gets angry. Now then, leave me alone, give me rest, that my anger may burn against them, that I may destroy them, and I will make you great. Okay, important note, the connection between Qanah and cannabis remains a topic on ongoing academic debate and varying interpretations. It is crucial to consult a variety of sources and consider different perspectives to form a comprehensive understanding. Okay. Let's see. The plant name cannabis, they say, is a Scythian word, which is not, it's a Hebrew word, which was loaned into Persian as kanab, then into Greek, subsequently into Latin as cannabis. The ancient Greeks learned of the use of cannabis by observing Scythian funerals, during which cannabis was consumed. In Neo-Assyrian Akkadian, cannabis was known as Qanah. The word was adopted into the Hebrew language, but like I told you before, it wasn't adopted into the Hebrew language because Hebrew is the language of creation. It was adopted into other languages. The Germanic word that gives rise to the English is hemp, and Old English is hanep. While the precise Aramaic word for cannabis is rare and debated, there are some references in the Syriac or dialect of Aramaic. The word Qanah is used, which is likely borrowed from cannabis. Qanah can also be translated as ropes of hemp. In some texts, there's also a term tanuma. But I want to also show you this screenshot with the Hebrew word that starts the first letter of the word Qanah Basham. It starts with a Q. All right, so let me show that right here. That's why if Jeremy will try to tell you that's calamus, there's no Q in calamus. That's a qua. Like Qanah Basham, all right? Or like Quanpu, or like Quanahpu, the Assyrian sister language. Isaiah 43:2. Qanah cannot break, and the smoking facts shall not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto thee. All these are references to Qanah. Ezekiel 43, 40 and 4, 40 and 5, 40 and 6, 42 and 16, 42 and 17, 42 and 18, 42 and 19, all reference Qanah. Notes on Qanah Basham. Fragrance, cinnamon, and Qanah Basham. Shawwal, life after death, part 2 of the video, 39 minutes into it, the Kahan shares that there will be Qanah Basham in the afterlife, you know, when we get brought back. We'll be with Qanah Basham smoking it, or there will be Qanah Basham. Because the anointing oils contain Qanah Basham. In ancient Syria, cannabis, known as Qanah, by the Assyrians, was potentially used as an aromatic, and it may have been a source of the word cannabis, as it was also used in the incense. When Hezekiah pleaded that his life would be prolonged, Yahweh said, I will heal thee, and I will add unto thy days 15 years. And like I said before, Qanah Basham is not mentioned per se on that specific verse, but it is one of the herbs that Yahweh gave us with seeds that we can heal ourselves with. All right. It's important. This substance was used for witchcraft, as Jeremy pointed out, but that's because the aroma of Qanah Basham was pleasing to the gods. So everybody was always trying to please the gods, and Yahweh just got jealous of this. He was like, yo, just burn the Qanah Basham to Yahweh and we'll be straight. Hebrew Qanah or Qanah Bawas from Qanah Basham may derive from the Sumerian Qunbu. Though the final does not seem to be present in Akkadian or Assyrian or Sumerian forms, leading authorities on etymology of both German and Russian language list Sumerian cognate. Raphael Muchalim and co-workers at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem suggest an alternative etymology for cannabis. Greek cannabis, Arabic kunab, Syriac kunapa, Hebrew panag or bahaga in Sanskrit, and bang in Persian. They explain that in Hebrew, only the consonants form the basis of a word, and the letters P and B are frequently interchangeable. The author thinks that it's probable that panag, mentioned in the Bible by the prophet Ezekiel in 27:17, in fact, may be cannabis. The biblical Hebrew term Cannabis, literally aromatic reed, and aromatic preferably refers to cannabis according to some etymologists, but in more commonly thought to be lemongrass, calamus, or even sweet cane, due to the widespread wrong translation issues, as Jeremy continues to use the wrong translations that the Greeks implemented. That's why he tried to trick us. He tried to show us a Shemitic language, but of the Ethiopians, but translated from the Greek. How about you try finding cannabis, the Hebrew word Qanah Basham, and translate that into the Ge'ez, Ethiopic context. Don't try to translate calamus from Greek into Ge'ez and try to fool everybody with that. That's just being disingenuous, but that's just the type of person that Jeremiah is. Because you see, he doesn't follow what his teacher tells him. He doesn't follow what my teacher tells him, and he doesn't follow what's in the Torah. He just picks and chooses what he wants to follow. And that's not what we do at the Yachad. We go by what it says in the Torah. We go by what it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls. And, you know, he doesn't believe in the book of Enoch. He doesn't believe in the Jubilees. But we do, because it's part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And you can't change what's written in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're the oldest Hebrew Shemitic manuscripts, as we keep pointing out. How much time I still got?
Got 4 minutes.
All right, let's continue. Let's go on. Still reading notes from here, so I would share it, but I gotta use this. So the plant named cannabis. Okay, I read that one. In Akkadian, I read that. All right. January 30, 2004. The term Qanah Basham is often correctly translated as fragrant cane, which is what originally etymological root of cannabis means. So I don't know if you got that, you know. Originally, the etymological root of cannabis is fragrant cane, you know, so it's also from Qanah Basham, as in cannabis. Semitic anthropologist Sula Bennett, who Jeremiah will claim is just as he put it, a dumb Polish bleep, because he's a potty mouth, you know, and he must be angry at Sula Bennett for some reason. Maybe because she brought out the truth back in the 1900s. You know, as early as the 1900s, she was bringing out the truth about Qanah Basham and that it was cannabis. And Shemitic anthropologist, and she's a PhD. I don't think he's a PhD, so I don't know why he's talking bad about her. Anthropologist Sula Bennett of the Institute of Anthropological Sciences in Warsaw has indicated the origin to be the Hebrew word Qanah Bos or Qanah Bawas to be Qanah Basham. Bennett, also known as Sarah Bentatawa, is also quoted as saying, the astonishing resemblance between the Shemitic cannabis and the Scythian cannabis lead me to suppose that the Scythian word was the Shemitic origin. Those etymological discussions run parallel to arguments drawn from history. The Iranian Scythians were probably related to the Medes, who were neighbors of the Shemites and could easily have assimilated the word for hemp. The Semites could also have spread the word during their migrations through Asia Minor. Bennett in the Book of Grass cited. Bennett earlier theory of a Shemitic origin for cannabis was never widely accepted, as it is generally believed that the word was brought by Iranian traders, either Scythian or Assyrian, both of whom had the presence in Palestine. The word Hebrew Qanah may derive from the Sumerian Qanah, though the final does not seem to be the present in Akkadian. Raphael McCullum and co-workers at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem suggest an alternative etymology for cannabis. Greek cannabis, Arabic kunab, Syriac kunapa, Hebrew panag or Basham, bahanga in Sanskrit, and bang in Persian. They explain that in Hebrew, only the consonants form the basis of words, and the letters P and B are frequently interchangeable. The authors think probably that panag mentioned in the Bible by the prophet Ezekiel 27 is in fact cannabis. All right. What else? Going down. Ezekiel 27:19. Dan, also Javan, going to and fro, accompanied in thy fairs, brought iron, cassia, and Basham were in thy market. Once again, proving that Basham was bought from outside. It was, calamitous. Nobody in that.
Tom. All right, man. This is where we bring it home at, man. Let's go bring it home.
We can do about 5 questions because I gotta go do some stuff.
Say it again, Jeremiah.
He says you gotta go. We gotta go.
Yeah, because I'm already tired of beating up Martin. So yeah, we can do 5 questions each. It's all good.
You didn't beat nobody up. All you did was deny shit. That's all you did.
Hey, look, I'll tell you this.
5 questions each. Jeremiah, you got the floor.
Yeah. All right, so cool. First question I want to ask you. What academic source outside of Chris and Sula Bennett proves the Greeks mistranslated Qanah Basham as cannabis?
I just read them to you because you wasn't paying attention.
I said what Martin. I said what academic source?
You weren't paying attention.
Hold on, Martin.
Right. So if you stop talking, I could reread this for you.
Let me repeat the question to you. I said academic, not cannabisculture.com.
Yeah, that means like people from colleges. You understand?
I meant academic, not cannabis culture. Academic.
That means people in colleges. Academic, you know. Martin. And actually, I have a recent dictionary, Hebrew to English dictionary, that cites Qanah Basham as in fact hemp. So what you gonna do about that now that the recent translations of Hebrew to English are now?
You're not answering. You're not asking me questions. I'm asking you questions. So again, can you show me what academic resource outside of Chris Bennett and Sula Bennett proves the Greeks mistranslated Qanah Basham as cannabis? Academic, not cannabis culture.
Of course. And you know, it's not just Sula Bennett. If you go even as far as to them Amalekites that you're related to, you know what I mean, that wrote the Talmud, they got some of them rabbis over there that were even saying back in the day, in the first, in the second temple, that cannabis, Qanah Basham was cannabis. All right,
Answer my
and I
question.
just gave you one resource, but I'm gonna give you the people from the
No, you
college
didn't.
right
I
now.
asked you what I said. What academic resource outside Chris and Sula Bennett proves the Greeks mistranslated Qanah Basham as cannabis? You have not answered it. So let me go to my next question.
No, you haven't given me an opportunity to answer because you keep talking.
You didn't answer
You
it.
keep
So
fucking
anyways,
talking. If you shut the
so
fuck up,
now, so now, so let me go to my
you know,
next
like,
question.
shut the
What
fuck
does?
up. Maybe I'll
Let me go to my
fucking
next
answer the
question.
question, you stupid
What does the
motherfucker.
phrase? What does the phrase "rare and debated" mean?
So it says right here, like even just because you just shut up, now I'm gonna answer that first question right here. All right, because
Do you know what I asked you?
Yeah, you said what academic sources other than Sula Bennett
Outside
and Chris
and
Bennett,
Chris Bennett
you know,
proves
can cite, and
irrefutably
that's
that
very
the Greek
easy.
mistranslated.
I'm gonna read it to you right now, buddy.
And keep in mind, I said outside of cannabis culture as well. So don't bring up Chris Bennett's website. I asked you for an academic resource.
I didn't say Chris Bennett or anything. And
I know that's what you're looking at.
Dan McLennan was actually saying that that he believes that cannabis was burned in the first temple as well. So I
Yeah,
mean,
no, we
what are
didn't.
you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Because really,
Listen,
Hezekiah
you're not
used
asking
to
me
burn the
questions.
Asherah, and
I'm
they had an
asking you
Asherah.
questions. Hey, listen, boy.
Not
I'm asking
Hezekiah.
you the
I'm sorry.
question.
Before Hezekiah reformed,
Yes,
they were burning in the
yes,
temple. You know, so
yes. I
you
know.
got to know that
I
they were burning cannabis
Martin,
in the temple.
Martin,
There's no running
Martin.
around that.
Listen, Martin. I brought that up in the first round, idiot. You didn't pay
So you
attention.
buried
But anyways,
yourself, basically.
no, I
So
didn't. No, I
basically,
didn't.
you
Because
buried yourself.
if you paid attention to what I was actually saying, you would know that I already actually showed the timeline and proved that it was during idolatry. You idiot. So, anyways, again, what academic
They were
resource
always going
outside?
back and forth into idolatry.
Yeah.
Abraham's
Okay,
father was an
listen, that's
idolater.
irrelevant. That's
Abraham's
irrelevant.
father was an idolater.
That's irrelevant. Answer my question.
Let him ask his question.
We come from idolaters.
So, what academic resource outside of Chris and Sula Bennett proves the Greeks mistranslated Qanah Basham as cannabis? Don't go to cannabis culture. I need an academic resource, please. Irrefutable, reputable.
All right, I said right here, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The Hebrew University of Jerusalem. The Hebrew University of Jerusalem. All right, let me read this to you right here. It says, leading authorities on the etymology of both German and Russian languages list Sumerian cognate Raphael McCullen and co-workers at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem suggest alternative etymology for cannabis.
You know what's funny? That does not say that the Greeks mistranslated Qanah Basham as cannabis.
Oh, yes, they do. The
No, it
alternative.
You just
The
hold on.
alternative. That means an alternative. That means, and then they reference. Then they reference cannabis. You can try to talk over me, but I'll talk over you again, Jeremiah.
I'm trying to correct your own source. According to your own.
Hold on, Jeremiah.
Bro, he's getting.
Hey, Martin, once you answer the question, you ain't got to argue. You gave your answer. You good.
Okay, the answer is Raphael McCullen. Raphael McCullen and his co-workers at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem.
Hey, Martin,
all right, so watch this.
Relax.
So watch this. That's not an actual.
You got the answer. You got it. Is that all right for you? Is that a good answer for you guys?
Hush.
Hey, Martin.
Listen.
Just relax. Relax. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Look, he didn't answer
Are
the
we gonna
question.
do 5 questions straight him?
Oh my God.
Is that how we're gonna do it?
Oh my God, bro.
Hey, Martin, just relax, gang.
Are we gonna do back-to-back questions him? Or is he gonna do 5 straight questions?
Hey, Martin, just be quiet and listen to the question. You answer the question till you're almost done. Go ahead.
Okay, so watch this. He didn't show the Greeks mistranslated anything. He just mentioned some people. That's not the answer to the question. He didn't prove anything. Nice try. So, anyways, my next question: what does the phrase "rare and debated" mean?
Rare and debated. That means like, yo, You know, people scared to talk about this stuff. You know, academia has been wrong for so long, calling it calamus. You know, that now we're calling out the academics right now. Yo, where you at? Like Dr. Kip Davis, you know, they gotta all come forward and they gotta look at all the information we're presenting. People like Chris Bennett, who you talking bad about, for 30 years he's been saying cannabis was burned inside the temple. People were calling him a fool. They were talking bad about him. But then when they found cannabis, when they found cannabis in Colorado, now all of y'all gotta shut up. And you ain't even found no calamus. You didn't find no calamus. You lying to everybody. You think we ain't listening, bro? You lying. You said you found calamus. You didn't find no calamus.
Hey, look. He needs to control himself, bro.
Hey, Jeremiah. When I'm getting Martin to be quiet, you be quiet too, gang. That ain't him.
All right. I got you.
Hey, Martin, listen to me, Martin. Martin, listen to me. This is Jeremiah's time, bro. So you doing all that ranting during Jeremiah's time, bro. He gonna do it during your time, gang. Like I don't know if you don't see the logic, but bro, when you do extra shit on somebody else's time, he gonna do it to you. So, bro, don't argue. You ain't gotta go back and forth. Just answer the question. Be short and sweet, gang. And I promise you, everybody know what the fuck you talking about. But all this, hold on, listen to me. Nobody want to hear all of that going back and forth. You niggas talking of each other. So if you answering his question and he start talking, you ain't gotta talk no more because he about to go on to a different answer.
No, you don't understand. I've been fighting the internet for like 2 hours out here. I didn't get a chance to say anything because I've been fighting the internet.
It ain't your turn. Answer the question and wait till it's your turn. You about to have a whole question of questioning this, but bro, nobody want to hear all of that. Just answer the nigga question and go to.
How you know what people don't want to hear? They want to hear that he's lying. I'ma tell him he's lying.
Y'all blabbering over each other. All that blabbering over each other. So just answer the goddamn question. Once he starts trying to cut you off, then you know it's over. It's his turn, bro. Come on, Jeremiah.
All right. So, how do you reconcile the semantic range of Qanah in biblical Hebrew with your claim that it refers to cannabis, a completely different botanical category?
I'm sorry. Repeat that one more time.
How do you reconcile the semantic range of Qanah in biblical Hebrew, which means reed, branch, or acquire, with your claim that it refers to cannabis, a completely different botanical category?
Well, I could show you slides of Qanah Basham cannabis looking like a rant. What you just said, a branch, you know, and it also you haven't well, actually, I'm gonna keep these for my questions. So what else did you need any more questions? Because I told you it is like a cannabis Qanah Basham is just like that. So
yeah, you didn't answer that question either. But anyways,
what are you talking about? Maybe I'm not understanding what you're asking me. Ask it one more time.
No. I'm gonna go to my next question. So
don't run from the question, bro. You're running from questions. Ask it one more time.
Bro.
Relax,
bro. I'm running from my own question. Doesn't even make sense. But anyways, now my next question. Can you explain why
the other questions? Yo, Wavy, did you understand that question that he just asked?
Hey, Martin, just sit back and relax, bro. We live. All right, go ahead, Jeremiah.
So, can you explain why Basham, used dozens of times in the Torah, is never associated with smoke, incense burning, or altered states of consciousness in the way cannabis would require?
Basham is a fragrance. It's like a fragrance, and the Hebrew words have different meanings. A whole bunch of different meanings. So, as it's referred to as in Exodus 30:23, I think Qanah Basham is only used one time in that location, in that manner, in that reference. But it's very similar to the word cannabis.
Yeah, so you didn't answer that question either. So next question. Why is it that in Arabic, the closest linguistic cousin to Hebrew, the word Qanah, still refers to a reed or stalk and never to cannabis?
First Aramaic would be the system, not like Arabic, So I don't know what you're talking about, but Arabic, that's like watered down, like that's some watered down Hebrew. Like by this time, all the Edomites that you follow have perverted all the languages. So you're trying to run to a languages that has been perverted. And you're trying to say, oh, why doesn't this sound like this? Obviously, because they perverted it already. The Arabs and their Quran, that's all jacked up. So you want to go to the Arabs now to find the truth? That where you going? Maybe it's because you an Arab.
All right. We about to flip the script.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, Mark, it's your turn. Whenever you feel like Jeremiah is talking too much or not answering the question, you can cut him off. And you
Nah, I don't talk while he's talking. He's like, I don't know, he gets that from his Hamitic side.
Martin, listen to me.
There go the insults.
So look, every time you feel like Jeremiah is talking too much or not answering your question, you can cut him off. You know what I'm saying? And go to the next question, and that's what's gonna happen. You got the floor. I gave Jeremiah 6 questions. You ask your 6 questions. Let's get this money.
All right. First question. All right. You were talking a lot of trash about that this ingredient is in fact calamus. Can you prove that it is not cannabis, even with all the archaeological founds that have been turned up? Can you prove that Qanah Basham is not cannabis?
Very, very easy.
I haven't seen you prove that
right, so
calamus was found at any of these sites. I didn't, not one time, and I didn't see you say or show that calamus was like this wanted trade item that was hot on the spice routes. I didn't see none of that. All I saw was you use the LXX Septuagint translation. Every time you tried to show me some Ge'ez, but it was some Ge'ez translated from the Septuagint. So I need you to show me that Qanah Basham is not cannabis. Is not. Show me some type of proof. Show me anything. All right, answer that question. Anything. Show me anything. Show me anything. I don't care. Show me some site. Show archaeology.
All right. So watch this.
Show me
something.
Something that they found.
Watch this. Oh my God. So Joshua 16 verse 8, when it mentions from Tapua, the border went westward to the brook of Qanah. That same word there, Qanah, is related to the word Qanah in Qanah Basham. Joshua chapter 16 verse 8. If you look at that word there for Qanah, it means a river or a region of reeds. And so it proves the same thing. Next try. Next question.
So you're telling me that a Hebrew word that has many different meanings can't be cannabis. A Hebrew word that actually sounds like it. All right, whatever. We'll go to the next question. This guy is just running. He's a runner. Usain Bolt in the house. All right. What botanical candidate?
Joshua 16.
What botanical candidate of the numerous ones that have been suggested for Qanah is the one you side with, and why?
Oh, easily Calamus, because as I did bring up by Theophrastus and Pliny the Elder, watch this. Theophrastus and Pliny the Elder, but you didn't pay attention to, and I know you didn't, because if you did, you would know that calamus was actually a trade item, but you didn't.
It was
So it
local, you
was
dumbass. You
calamus,
could have got it
but
at
because
Marsh's. Fucking idiot. Yo, you're stupid. All right, next question, because you're running. What name do you suggest was used for cannabis by ancient Hebrews, knowing they use it for both as for fiber and incense based and archaeological evidence?
there is none, because Qanah Basham is not cannabis.
Yet I showed you the Sumerian, I showed you in the ancient Semitic languages, and he's saying there is none. He's a dumbass, yo. He's denying everything, yo. If y'all vote for this dumbass, y'all are stupid too. All right, next. Why is that candidate positive in Exodus, Isaiah, and Psalms, but then later rejected firmly in Jeremiah 6:20? It's calamitous, you know.
One, I know you got that from Chris Bennett, which is weird. But anyways, to answer your question, because Qanah Basham is simply not cannabis, and the archaeological findings at Telerod prove that it was done during a time of idolatry, and prior to that time of idolatry, they didn't use it.
Oh, so you're telling me that during the time of idolatry, they were using calamus to burn to the gods?
Okay, now to answer that question, I never said they burnt calamus on any incense altar. That's your perception.
No. That's literally what it's being stated in the Torah, that they were burning this. All right. So now tell me, were they burning calamus in ancient Mesopotamia to please the gods, the other gods that Yahweh was upset that we were doing sacrifices to?
First off, those other nations were heathens according to the Torah, so they didn't follow the Torah. Secondly, they burned cannabis to get high and rave at the smoke. That's not what the Israelites did. Nice try.
Nah, you got everything backwards. You see, they all got that burning Qanah Basham from us. Like I told you before, Hebrew was the language of creation. Ain't nothing came before Hebrew. This Qanah Basham is definitely cannabis, all right? And they were burning it back in ancient Assyria and Mesopotamia because it was pleasing to the gods. Cannabis is Qanah Basham, is Cunabu, is Quanabu, is Kunab, it's all that. Question, what is the last question? Which biblical scholars that you know of successfully hypothesized about cannabis in the context indicated by Telerod, as I have done following Qanah references long prior? This important in regards to any sort of response that is based on prior scholarly senses. Biblical scholars did not see this coming, nor did researchers who found cannabis on the altar at Telerod. It was unexpected, but not for people who followed Sula Bennett's theory, like Chris Bennett, like the Kahan, like me, like all of us in the Hebrew community. We believe the same as Sula Bennett, that this Qanah Basham was cannabis. So which biblical scholars that you know of successfully hypothesized about cannabis in the context indicated at Telerod? Like which scholar has come out? Which scholar do you know of? I need you to pull out a scholar. One, at least one. That is hypothesized about cannabis in the context indicated by Telerod.
What are you even asking? Because you're going all over the place.
All right. Are there any scholars that you know of that are coming out to the forefront and they're saying, like, you know, hey, this cannabis right here, this is not Qanah Basham here. All right, this is some other stuff. You know, that's not even, I don't know where they got it. What scholar? Just give me
First of all,
one
what kind of
scholar. Just
question
give me
is
one
that even?
scholar, bro. One scholar that's saying that, you know,
That says what?
that's saying that this cannabis that was at Telerod, all right, that it was cannabis. Just one. That it wasn't calamus,
Oh, they
or
all
that
say
it
it's
was
cannabis.
calamus, or that it was calamus. Anything.
First
Show
of
me
all,
anything.
the question that you're asking presupposes that I'm saying that they burnt calamus. I'm not saying that. It was using oil. That's one. Two, they're all going to say that it's cannabis on that altar with the masabah standing stone, which was done during a time of idolatry. So they wouldn't disagree that it was cannabis there, but they'll all say that it was done during a time of idolatry.
Okay, so you're saying they were burning cannabis? Are you saying they were burning cannabis in the Hebrew temple? Is that what you're saying?
At Telerod during a time of idolatry.
And were they burning cannabis in the first temple in Israel?
No, they weren't.
Oh, really? You're lying again.
Yes, because it's
You're
not in
lying
the
again. You're
not in the
lying again.
ingredients. It's not in the ingredients. It's not in the ingredients in the incense
So
altar.
you're saying they were burning to other gods in Telerah, but when Solomon went off, he wasn't burning in the temple to the other gods?
Well, the temple definitely became wicked because he decided to worship Ashtoreth, which your savior Chris Bennett
So were
Christ
they
even
burning
mentioned and I brought
cannabis
up
in the temple? Yes or no? Were
in
they burning cannabis, Qanah
Telerod
Basham, in the temple? Yes or no?
during the time of idolatry.
What about in the first temple?
No.
You know you lying. You know you lying. You in denial, bro. You in denial.
Alright.
He's running from questions. He's in denial. No
Hold
matter
on.
what you tell him, no matter what proof you
Alright,
show him.
hold up. Hey, I appreciate both of y'all boys for getting through there with me. Alright, hey, and then it look like we got the same amount of likes as we got oh never mind, I'm tripping. I'm thinking. Well, we appreciate everybody for hitting the goddamn like, share, and subscribe. Now we're about to do the closing. I put the poll up so everybody make sure you go vote. Hey man, I don't want to have no motherfucking 30, 50, and 100 votes. You know what I'm saying? When we want it to be fair. You know what I'm saying? So everybody stay on their main YouTube account. Don't go clicking over to your third YouTube account and your brother YouTube account to vote 3rd and 5 times.
And go with the information. All the information that was presented. He didn't present no information.
Hold up. Now I'm gonna let you close out first, since Jeremiah's been going first on everything tonight. Like I said, appreciate everybody for tapping in. I put the poll up, vote, and by the end of these closings, I'm gonna announce the poll winner. And then you already know, man. Comment who y'all think share the show. Make sure they comment who they want, and we're gonna keep this shit moving. All right, Martin.
Jeremiah's still hiding his face, you know, because he's shaving his face. He probably now breaking laws and shit.
5 minutes to close out. Martin,
What?
I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to close out. Starting right now. Let's go.
All praise to Yahweh. Like to start off by thanking everybody, thanking Yahweh, thanking the Khan for all the lessons that he taught the Hebrew community. He is the leader of the Hebrew community. If anybody asks me or anybody else who's the leader of the Hebrew community, you better say Qanah Lawa, the instructor of the Yachad. That's who's leading the Hebrew community. We had a good debate. I had a little bad internet problems, but you know, we got to the information. We were able to show Qanah Basham, Cannabis in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the book, so far as the book of Enoch, which is the oldest Hebrew manuscripts, and that's not calamus. You know, no matter where you go, that was a local product. And if you put that with any of the ingredients of Exodus 30:23, you're gonna get sick. you're gonna get real sick, you know. And if you mix it with Qanah Basham, it's gonna be a healing potion, you know. But you know, only if you a Levite, don't be mixing that stuff or trying to do any of that stuff. If you're not a Levite, and Salak Yahweh, if I spoken correctly, Yahweh forgive me. And I pray that this bonehead Jeremiah stop going against the Hebrew community and stop going against his leader, you know, who also teaches that cannabis is Qanah Basham. So he's gonna be like the only Torah night that doesn't believe that cannabis is Qanah Basham. You know, he's the only one that doesn't believe it, you know, because he likes to go against, you know. But Tawada for even my opponent coming, because, you know, last time he was running, he didn't want to debate was Mary Jane in the Torah and was cannabis Qanah Basham. You saw him running. He was like Usain Bolt. But we finally got him to come and say some lies, you know, but we ain't falling for that. Y'all make sure you vote for me and make sure you vote for the truth and realize it's always going to be the Yachad over everybody in the Hebrew community, you know. And I'm just a student of the Kahan. You know, if he was in this debate, he would have chopped this guy off 1 second, no problem. But with that all said, I also want to give a shout out to my elder, Banaban, who he helped me put this presentation together, but I had a lot of technical difficulties, you know. And also I want to give a shout out to Chris Bennett, who helped me with so much. He gave me so much information to bury this clown. And I hope I did him a little justice. You know, he has been fighting for the cause for over 30 years. For over 30 years, when people were calling him crazy. There ain't no cannabis, none of that. And that it's not in the Torah. It's not in the Torah. And then he's over there for 30 years going, you know, with the boots on the ground, going out there telling people, yo, this is cannabis, you know? And then they get that discovery in Telerad. Now where all those academics at? They're all in hiding. But now we calling out all the academics like Kip Davis, you know, Josh Bowen, all of those. You guys got to answer about the cannabis that was found in Telerad, you know, because this guy, he doesn't do a good job, you know. All he really did, he thought he brought another Shemitic language. He gave me the Ge'ez, but the translation from the Greeks. The Greeks are the ones that made the mistake in the first place. Well, but that's all I got to say. Shalom, Yahweh blessings, and I'm out.
I appreciate that. Perfect timing. All right, Jeremiah, you got the floor. Let's close out.
All right. So first of all, Ge'ez is a Semitic language, and he didn't show any source that proved the Greeks mistranslated anything. He just mentioned two dudes' names, but didn't go into even if they said or if they even said that. So stop lying on yourself. That's one. Two, like I said in the first round, I was going to show the archaeology, and that's exactly what I did. I showed the timeline and showed how it would prove that they only used cannabis during a time. Why did he jump off? Only during a time of idolatry, not during a time of righteousness. That's point one. Point two, I used the linguistics. I showed multiple different Semitic languages or lexicons that proved they all refer to the same thing. None of them were different from each other. Now, if he's going to say that, like I said, with the Septuagint, he's going to have to prove that all these other Semitic languages got it wrong, but he's not going to be able to do that. That's a lie. Now in the third round, and I showed multiple sources where calamus was traded as a commodity. If he even paid attention to every source that I brought up, he would know that that's exactly what I did. So that's not my fault. He didn't pay attention. If he did, he wouldn't even be saying what he's saying or what he said prior. So it's funny. But and then in the third round, I brought up Sula Bennett. Then he tried to bring her up, acting like he did something cool. No, I already refuted her and her lack of linguistic understanding. She was an anthropologist, not a linguistic expert, to even be making definitive statements. That's what Martin doesn't get. Same thing with his savior, Chris Bennett Christ. He is not a linguistic expert. He's just a cannabis advocate. That's it. But yeah, bro, you know, all praises to the Most High. And Martin got cooked. Obviously, he couldn't control his temper, started insulting me, which is a fallacy of appealing to ridicule. Is it like an ad hominem attack? He misrepresented everything that I said. That's a telltale sign of somebody who really got beat and doesn't have the cranial wherewithal to even acknowledge that I already mentioned and predicted everything that he was going to bring up. So yeah, thank you for having us on. All praises to the Most High, bro.
Already. Hey man, appreciate everybody for tapping in. Appreciate my boy Martin. Appreciate my boy Jeremiah. Hopefully this debate right here. Go back and look at the first round. Go back and look at the second round. Go back and look at the third round. These niggas had 20 minutes. Go back and look at the Q&A and write in the chat who you feel like won. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be one of them for the ages. Hopefully we settling differences that we ain't never gotta have this conversation no more. Jeremiah Martin, I appreciate you. We are